Good evening, Tuesday night Twitch. How you doing? Hey, that's Muth. Um, so we have new slides. Look over there. You see that? That's new slides. Um,
Where's the
hey,
playground?
that's Draven. Um, so yeah, we getting kind of fancy and stuff. Um, it's Tuesday night. The ADHD is strong tonight because I got mail. Um, um, Yeah. So I got two shirts. I got a shirt from Geek Haven. I got a shirt from the Dice Goblin. I got dice. Um, woo! It's a good day. Might have hired two new employees at work. That doesn't affect us, but it puts me in a good mood. I got dinner in front of me. I had to pick up fettuccine noodles. We got this smells like crab and shrimp, and there's broccoli and fettuccine and Alfredo, and it's really good. What are you eating? Did you eat today? I hope you ate today. You guys ready to eat some D&D? These are Tuesday night. This is Fate's Rejects, but they're not rejects to me. I love them, each and every single one of them. Um,
Cap.
Depends on how many dad jokes there are tonight.
True story.
And face palms.
And face
From
bumps.
who?
So
Like
Yeah.
collectively or individually?
Yeah,
Do we get an
collectively.
individual count?
I don't know. I don't know.
I may need to curb this.
I'm gonna say we need at least 4 more big explosions before we actually get rejected by him.
Okay.
Maybe fate.
Hey,
Yeah,
Society
you
at
get rejected
large.
by
Fate
fate. You
exploding
won't get
now.
rejected by me.
but aren't you God?
You guys
And
need the
alcohol?
face palm thing, don't
No,
you?
Lemmy is God.
You guys want the face palms and the nat 20 counter, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
that'd be nice.
Okay.
Bring it on.
you said it. Here we go. Bum, bum, bum.
Good? Yeah, look at that. Man, it's like I've
There we
done this
go.
before or something.
Oh, gosh, imagine.
Right? So, Fate's Rejects, we haven't been here for 2 weeks. What's up? How you guys doing?
Good.
Yeah?
Good. Interesting going on.
Um,
Violent.
so,
True.
Mr. Floki may not be able to make it here tonight because Mr. Floki is slammed with work. Just so we all understand, he's a busy man with work. Um, so he may not be able to make it. He might pop on later. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But you know, it happens like that. Um, Rejects, you want to introduce yourselves because right now I don't have the. I do have who you are down here next to me. Um, but I don't have any type of social media or anything like that. Not that we can find you all on social media, but
In other words,
eventually.
he wants time to eat, so we need to talk and eat up some time.
Look, you don't have to call me out like that, okay? You could just
Not
like be nice and be
untrue.
like, "Yeah, let's talk."
Oh,
We're
I mean, hey, yeah, hey, people, I'm Frizzle. You can't find me anywhere on social media. I play Obadiah. He's a grumpy old man who, yeah, he talks funny sometimes. But yeah, he's a good dude, and he throws like some fireballs and other magical stuff that's fun to do. Who would like to go next and reintroduce themselves?
Okay, I'll go. I'm
For it.
playing as Muth Chaya. At least that's what he calls himself. It's not his actual name. He is a reborn wood elf. And he doesn't really know his past. And I know parts of his past, but we're learning together. So thanks for being along with this journey. I am Xander. Hello. You can't find me anywhere besides the tavern, so join it. Floki's not here to tag himself, so I'm doing it for him. Join the tavern. Um, I post homebrew. I'm working on a updated ranger class, and I'm in love with it. And if Muth dies for a second time, canonically, then I'll ask if I can play one of those subclasses. So, anyways, that's me. Next.
Okay. My name's Allie. You can find me under Plague Walker on like really any social media. I do art. Voila. Um, I play Thea Greywin, who is a cleric bard multiclass. She is the sister of my like true character, Beowulf Greywind. And she was introduced to the party last session, after March Madness. So we shall see how it all unfolds. That is all.
Multi-class.
Yes.
Hi, everybody. My name is Corbin. I go by Nybrock or Corbin the Wizard on most things, although I don't particularly post anything, so you can only find me in the tavern or here on Tuesday nights or in Sunny's other game on Thursday nights. Besides that, I play Lorelei Dawnfall. She is a human artificer wizard multi-class, kind of the leader of the party, self-proclaimed, also is a widow, mother of 3, always thinks she's the smartest in the room, bit of an attitude problem, a little bit of extra sass poured in there during character creation, but it's a fun time to be here.
Hi, I'm Gur. You can't find me anywhere. I'm on the tavern. I'm play Fosser, level 8 Grave Cleric. So
He's my boy, Skinny Penis.
Wait, did you say level 8? Are we level 8?
Yeah. Are we
We're
level 8?
7.
We're level
I
7.
thought we were level 7.
I'm just
Did
trying to pull
Foster
fast.
get like a supercharge or something? Like,
I was just
it
waiting
is
for him to
level
come
7.
shoot back
It
with,
is level 7.
you might be.
correct.
Yeah.
okay.
Right on. And then there's Draven, played by Floki. He ain't here yet. Might not be here at all tonight.
He doing rogue things.
Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah, it's engraven stuff. Engraven these nuts. Okay, so
That's a face palm on our part.
It doesn't count if it's not his.
We have like a whole layers face palm.
Oh.
You're right. The ADHD is strong tonight.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. You want to give a recap? That'll give me at least 2 more bites.
Sounds good. Hello, everybody, and welcome to session 20. Last session, we started right after March Madness ended. Everybody, for the most part, is all waking up in the same field. Muth wakes up first. He's checking his shirt for the picture of the children's photo in his front pocket. Everybody is kind of like seeing whoever is next to them and freaking out a little bit because, like, oh my gosh, we're back in our Barovia and our people are here. I didn't think that would happen. What in the world is going on? Besides that, Thea Greywind up above me, played by Allie. She is sitting in Beowulf's spot, where at least she should be. She is the twin sister of Beowulf and looks almost exactly the same, except for she has a beard. And is sitting there with the most confusion of pretty much anyone in the entire field, going, who are all these strangers? Where the heck am I? What's going on? You guys seem to know a little bit more about all of this than I do. You won't mind catching me up on the situation. She says that she's been looking for Beowulf and that Beo is a member of her court, but otherwise doesn't particularly react to the questions that were thrown at her about, like, knowing who she is. So we catch up in the field about generally what happened to each of us in our individual Barovias while we were gone. Then we go back over to the Martikovs' place to try and like talk to them about like what happened while they were gone. Virgo, Martin, and Claudia Martikov are all the grandchildren playing out in the front yard, and they seem really surprised to see us. They're like, "You've been gone, have disappeared out of nowhere. Other people showed up in your place. What do you want?" And we're like, can we go talk to your parents, please? So they go inside and get them. We end up talking with Stefania about 5 adventurers who apparently had shown up in our place and had caused all kinds of mischief over at the Martikov residence. Martikovs had been able, I believe, to capture 2, and let's see, 1 died, and then the other 2 got away. They buried the one that died. The 2 that had been captured eventually just disappeared into thin air, and the 2 who got away, assumably, also maybe disappeared into thin air. So the running theory is that they changed places with us, and then when we went back to our Barovia, they changed places back to wherever the heck they were from. Let's see here. That's not important. Okay, so let's see. Past that, Lorelai had a conversation with Davian, who's basically like the family patriarch, about his grandchildren and his relationship with them. He gave us 25 each for basically running the druids off of his property, and we discussed going and getting some of the gems for his vineyard to restore the fertility of the soil, for about 100 gold pieces per gem, and we kind of talked about the timeline for that. Lorelai also mentioned that Madame Eva had told us about a prophecy about finding a treasure in wood and sand. So Muth and I believe Fosser went over to go check out their sand pit and found a tome of Strahd, which has all of the information of basically Strahd's early days, how he became who he is, and that's such. Let's see here. Past that, we loaded up the wagon. We started heading back to Falaki and then stopped off at a tower on the way back. Under the general rumor that there was an ally in the tower who might be able to help us in our fight against Strahd, we worked on a puzzle for the door, which Fia basically figured out by dancing in front of it and doing the moves correctly the first time, and then we all went in and were trying to figure out the inside of the room and how it works and what this random pulley lever system is for. And then while the rest of us were inside on the first story figuring all of that out, Muth and Draven the rogue were outside checking out a random wagon that had no horses and just had a sign saying, "Keep out." And being a rogue, thought that was the perfect opportunity to not do that. They successfully were able to detect magic, and they figured out a code word for summoning and unsummoning the horses. Draven tried picking the lock, but in pulling open the door, it pulled a string connected to 1 alchemist flask, and then that fell into, I believe it was 100 alchemist fire flasks that all exploded simultaneously and nearly killed both of them. Past that, the rest of us came back outside to figure out what the giant explosion was, had a little bit of a talk between everybody, and that's where we left our session. And you thought you'd only get 2 bites out of that. You know I'm long-winded.
I think I only left 2 bites. So thank you. Thank you very much. To you, to the rejects, to my wife, thank you. Rejects. Inside your loot channel in Discord is my 16-page version of the tome of Strahd.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now. I'm gonna have to
16?
set aside
See,
time to sit
Xander-
down and read it.
Xander
Oh my God.
impressed me so much with his version of it and how he went out of his way to make a handwritten one. I was like, you know what? I cannot be outdone. What can I do for my online people? 16 pages, y'all. Thomas Strahd. Very impressive, Xander. Very impressive.
It is really cool, dude.
Oh my gosh, there are demons flying out of Prizzle left and right.
This is all.
Hallelujah.
I mean,
Amen. Lord have mercy on my
I made the
soul.
book. I stained the paper myself. I wrote everything with quill and ink. And once I finished with the tome, I then made a small schematic.
Pam accidentally stabbed through one of the pages?
What? With what?
a chopstick.
Oh.
But I made a
There's no
It
chopsticks
adds
in a
diagram
straw.
of the sword, and then from then on
Just
out
haven't found them
is
yet.
party of adventurers that entered what their names were, how many of them they were, where they pulled them from, and how they died.
That's for sure.
Dang.
For the rest of the book.
That's
Oh, no,
really cool,
I
dude.
would love some.
That's nuts.
Yeah,
That's
it
so
is-
cool.
It is awesome.
Cool.
Aren't
Thanks
you
for letting me show
also making the sword? You're making.
I am.
Yeah, like come on, dude. Like show it off, show and tell. Like it's so cool.
I'm making a short sword, hilt at least for the sun sword. And then I had a friend print off the symbol of the raven
cool.
kind, but I might just make one out of wood and say it's close enough.
Fair.
Options.
Fair.
Dude, most of the stuff I found was like 3 pages long. You wrote 16.
Yeah, I know. I like just kept scrolling. I was like, oh, there's more.
You're like, oh my
It
god.
keeps going. It keeps going.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have to sit down and like, just read it. Might take a little bit.
Okay. So, we last picked up. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Shortly after an
Oh,
explosion.
thank you very much.
She's very excited about toothpaste.
Well, you got to start them young.
It's true.
By the time she's 16, she'll be a toothpaste addict.
Oh my god.
Just be brushing her teeth like 5 times a day. Anyway,
Okay. Let's see.
so you guys are. You didn't. You're outside of the actual tower. Did I not put the tower up for you guys?
No.
I don't believe so.
I think what happened was yeah.
Oh,
I think somebody else
hello.
put the tower up for me.
Okay. I see it now.
Or what? And this has what used to be a wagon. So as you guys are laying around, or at least 2 of you are laying around, the rest of you come out there, you chew them out about that, and I didn't lock it. Let's lock it.
It's fine.
It's locked.
Fine. Yeah.
It's locked.
It's fine. Okay. I put it back.
Yeah. I still locked it.
That's wise.
Yeah.
What are we doing? What are we gonna do? You guys know that explosion was heard. It was heard for a very long way.
Two things. Probably. Unless anybody else has better idea. I'm just wrong friggin' accent. The ideas, unless anybody else has anything to add. If we're going to be completing this tower within the day, we got to get started on that pretty quickly. And second thing, if whoever wagon this was comes back and sees their blown up and ours just sitting here in the open, we're not going to have a wagon anymore. So I suggest either we take off and we tackle this a different time, or someone goes and takes the wagon, hides it, and then comes back to meet with the rest of us.
By the way, Xander, I just rolled 100 d4s. 258.
Yeah, that's about average.
Yeah.
I'd say it's a little above average. Give some credit.
Well, Because you can't roll below 1. The average moves up by half.
Come on, we can't let him be that prideful.
So
Okay.
250 is average.
Xander, they're not talking about the dice roll.
But you
He
are.
knows.
It's okay.
You and
We'll-
I,
we'll
you
talk
and I
about
were.
it.
You and I were talking about the dice roll.
We'll teach him when he's older. It's okay.
Lord of mercy.
We'll let Draven have the talk with him. It's fine. Okay. I believe that is a good idea.
I gave 2 ideas. Pick one.
I was getting there if you would be patient. So, I believe we should maybe get the wagon, maybe hidden away somewhere. And while it is being hidden away, perhaps a Draven could do that. We can go into the tower and we can explore. I
Seems a
believe
fitting
that
commitment.
was idea number 2. So I choose 2.
Okay.
I can
Sounds
use
good.
my paintbrush to hide it.
Oh, now we
I
have
suppose.
three options.
No, that's still just an addition to number 2 to make it more effective. Sure, do whatever the toothbrush is, and then Draven can go and face the wilds with the wagon and then bring it back around. Hopefully he won't die.
When we go to hide the wagon, if we are to, I'll use my paintbrush to grab some of the colors from nearby, like the stone and the grass, and paint the the wagon to try to keep it a little more concealed. Basically, just try to give someone disadvantage on seeing it.
Are you leaving? Are you keeping it on the little island that you guys are on? Because when we scroll over to this map right here,
I'm not sure what our plan is yet.
you guys are on this little island. To actually get,
I believe we were gonna get it into the wood line a little, out of immediate,
off the
view.
island or on the island? Because there's it's not really an island because there's a causeway that goes to it, but it's very similar
I see what
to
you
one.
mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we're just sticking it into the trees.
How
Yeah,
long
maybe,
is that bridge?
a little tree line. Yeah, in that area.
Here.
Mm.
Could even take it to the plains over here, but that'd be dumb.
No, I would just hide it into that immediate one, especially if it's camouflaged, and if we're gonna have watchmen, it should be fine. So yeah.
The causeway. It isn't that long of a causeway. I'm trying to remember where. Yeah, it's not that long.
One hex is a quarter mile, and it's not even a quarter of one. So
Yeah. Just a couple
so
hundred feet.
it's close.
Maybe.
It's close enough if needs a signal or whatever.
Yeah. No, it's cool. And then the rest of us will go outside. I remember from last time before the explosion and stuff happened, I was trying to figure out, I was making some kind of roll for the, right. Thank you, Xander. That's the most important part of this.
Thanks, Smith.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes, it was.
Boom.
It was wonderful. it was. We're gonna lock
can
that
we just
into
put
place
Draven?
Say what?
Could we just put Draven with the cart?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what we were planning to do.
Okay.
Yeah,
So Draven's
that's what I
gonna take
said.
the cart and okay.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems fitting.
Yeah. And it works in his absence,
I'm out.
So
Okay.
He's in timeout.
yeah, he's in
Oh.
timeout. Because
Got
he as the group's rogue did not look for traps before he tried to open that.
You forget the first rule of roguing.
Right.
You get a timeout.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. In the wilderness by yourself with the horses.
Right? Think about your actions.
Could be worse. Could be having a wine bath.
That's an option.
Anyway. I was
Anyway.
trying to figure out the function of the pulley systems inside.
Yes. I will zoom back in over here.
Dun, dun, dun.
And I will go ahead and drop you guys on there.
Okay.
There's an Obi. There's a Muth. Where are you? Why aren't you?
I have no clue. Are we on a different layer? Are we underneath
Oh,
this?
yeah, you're definitely on a different layer.
Oh, okay. Oh my god, we're huge.
We're huge. We're giants.
There's a secondary explosion. Oh my word. What in the world?
Oh. Now I need to zoom out.
Calm yourself.
No.
I don't feel like resizing the map, so I'm going to resize you guys.
That works. That is fine.
Yeah, that's acceptable.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You are most welcome.
Or you can resize yourself. Go down to 1 foot.
I'd rather be 15 by 15.
Beowulf, I don't have your new model. Your new.
We can use the old one. It's okay.
I mean, you
How
look
do
the
you-
same. Only you click on it and then you go like that and you go down to 1 foot.
Oh my
That
god.
didn't explain anything to me, but thank you for your help.
And honestly, if I enlarged the map, the names wouldn't be so
until it works,
huge.
Allie. Oh my gosh, the names are giant now. That'll be fun.
Well, you can fix that.
We'll never
right?
forget who we are. Yeah, we can. I'm just
How?
I'm being goofy. It's fine.
So,
I don't know how
oh
to
my
fix that,
gosh!
guys.
Oh
What,
my
what,
god, I'll do it for you.
Gorge.
If I can freaking click up. There you go.
There you
we
go.
Being
Okay,
goofy.
thank you.
Technical difficulties. Stand
So-
by. 10-4.
Whoop.
You guys are on that first floor.
Yes.
You're not figuring out the pulley system, even though you're an artificer. You see it, but you also see these golems that look like they're made out of these golems made out of clay that are each one of them on all four corners are holding a long section of the chain that goes up into the ceiling. The boxes around you are empty. The wood is clearly from the floor above you. Inside the actual cage-like that the pulleys are attached to, inside that cage that the chains go up out of, there is a lever towards the back of it. There's only one way into the cage, and it's right there in front of you, Lorelei. And the lever is in the back left-hand corner.
Got it.
The cage is clearly only large enough for 2 people at a time.
Okay, that's fair.
Possibly 3 if
So-
Foster goes on there and Beowulf stands on Foster's shoulders. Well, not Beowulf, Fiat. Fiat stands on Foster's shoulders, but I'm not sure if they know each other well enough yet. Possibly 3 if Muth, Obi, and somebody go in there together, because Muth and Obi are both very skinny and old.
This is fair. We do tend to attract them in this party. Can I examine the clay statues to see whether or not they are counterweights or the thing that pulls the chain? Like, if this is their mechanism for parts of their arms to move?
Yes. To remind any listeners who were not here 2 weeks ago, this is also an entirely anti-magic chamber. They discovered that 5 feet surrounding the entire tower, and everything inside is it's an anti-magic chamber. So nothing magical works. Yet there's these clay golems in there.
Well, that's because the magic friendship still works. That's why there's 4.
Okay, magic friendship works. Gotcha.
Mhm.
Okay. That's not the actual case, but okay, we'll go with that.
I know the rules. It's fine. You know the rules.
Yeah. No, I also appreciate for the heads up. Like, I totally forgot that we can't use magic. I would have tried it.
I
Also,
forgot to put that in the
there
notes.
was a
Oh.
matter of contention that we talked about your bag of holding 2 weeks ago, um,
Oh yeah,
and I read into it
you
a
put
little
it in
bit
a hole.
more, and I had a discussion with a few other DMs, and um, I'm going to leave it that you guys dug a hole to put it in because otherwise, when you came in with your bag of holding, the bag of holding would simply look empty. And your items would basically vanish until you left again.
Yeah, the bag of holding I think came up after we went inside because we hadn't thought about
Right.
having it, and then put the bag of holding and then also my gauntlets in there for flavor
Right.
because they're too heavy.
Yep. So inside the room, you're examining the clay golems. Muth, sir, what are you doing?
Uh,
Uh,
well, as a sorcerer,
uh-huh.
most of what I do is magic.
Yeah.
Um,
You feel naked and afraid.
uh, that's
Mhm.
common for Muth, sadly.
Yes.
Man.
Let's see. Uh, I is there a way up?
The only thing you're seeing is this cage. There, now outside you did see the walkway and the plank system. It did not look very sturdy at all. It looked sketchy.
Uh,
Actually, I can
it's
just look.
magic. I can't do it.
Nope.
Okay.
Oh, the plank system goes up to the third floor.
It does. Where there's a
That's
hole in
cool.
the opening, and there's a opening in the hole. There's a hole
There's a hole.
in
The
the
hole
wall.
in the.
The hole in the opening. There's a hole in the
There's
Uh-huh.
a hole in the
wall.
wall.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, Muth is gonna try to go up this rickety side step. He's out. He's going
Are you
outside and trying the stairs.
are you gonna try the disappearing thing again?
The what?
The disappearing thing again, where you disappear and reappear somewhere else?
Uh, that's a. If I can't cast magic in the whatever, can I cast magic into the place?
I mean, who knows? But also, it'd be really funny if you get within 5 feet and then just fall. Call it an experiment.
You know, that would be very funny. But I also don't want to risk the any more pain.
Yeah, good
So
point.
I'm gonna walk up the steps if I can
Um,
find Albert. There it is. Okay.
I'm probably the heaviest one here. I don't know whether or not I should get on this or not. Are you sure you don't want to go up with Obi and maybe Fosso or Fia? You're smaller.
I'll go on it.
On the cage,
Okay.
or are you going to go in the? Because the lever on the in the back of the cage, it says 1 through 4. I mean,
Yeah.
so you
Nice.
walk on
Why
the
don't,
plank, or you going in the cage?
I mean,
I'm going
you
to
also,
the cage.
if this works at all, you could also just send one person down and get the rest of us. Unless it's like
Okay. Look,
incredibly
Lady
slow.
Lorelei, you keep thinking you're the boss, and yet you are still not making up your mind. So, do you want me to go up this cage or outside?
I think
What if
what I'm going to do is I'm
I don't have
gonna.
a preference. I'm looking for input on preferences.
What are you doing, Foster?
There's four of us. There's four other people besides me.
Mhm.
Can we split us up into two teams? To
I
go
think
up.
that is an excellent idea. Half of
Sure.
us can go up the stairs or the planks or whatever you want to call
And
them,
I'll
and the
just
other
be
one.
the. And I'll just be the handyman, the elevator dude.
The bellhop.
The bellhop. Sure.
Mind your steps, sir.
I'm the
Going up,
heaviest one here. I
sir.
think it's wiser if I go take out the outside, and then 3 of you can fit on the thing.
But what if you break the planks?
I still got to come back down for everyone then, for another person then, still,
Um,
because there's 5 total.
but with Obi being
Let's
old
give
and
us that.
skinny, and if
Dude, I'm
Beowulf
on the
stands
top.
on your shoulder, if Fiad stands on your shoulders, Or sits on your
I
shoulders?
I'd say Lore and Fiad or Obi and Muth. Team 1, Team 2.
I kindly, I don't think you want to put the two spellcasters together in an anti-magic field.
The two. I mean, almost all of you are.
Yeah, I
we
mean, we
don't.
all cast spells, but like, I'm an old man. No offense, but he's an old man. I don't think you should put us two as a team by ourselves without magic powers.
Okay. I think the teams that we have right now will work. We have Muth and Lorelei outside, and then Thea, Foster, and Obadiah. That works.
Like as a trade.
All right. Onto the platform we go.
FIAHD.
God.
DH.
E.
DH.
Yeah, DH. There you go.
I'm sorry.
FIED.
FIADH.
Yeah.
FIAT500.
Okay.
Yes.
That way I stop calling you Beowulf.
That's okay.
Okay. So who's going up in the elevator first?
I guess I
Obi?
will. Me and Obi. Yeah.
How are you? What's Foster doing then? Because he's on the elevator. He was going to be the bellhop, taking somebody
Do you
up.
have to be on the elevator to be like the bellhop, or can you
Yeah, you
control the
can't. You
elevator
can't.
outside it?
Nope. You've got to be on the elevator to control it.
Okay.
I'll offer you my shoulders for you to jump on.
And then all three of you can go.
All right. I awkwardly climb onto
Okay. So all
Foster's
three of you are
shoulders.
in the elevator then.
You know, if it made you more comfortable, I'd have taken the piggyback ride.
That would have been a sight to see.
Given or
Take it off.
taken?
Armrest for it.
I mean, we can still switch positions. We haven't started going up yet.
I'm gonna crank it to 4.
You're cranking it to 4. You see you three, because the other two are outside. You three see the clay golems slowly reach up with one hand and grab another chunk of chain and pull it down, and you just see the clay golems start pulling the chain as the cage slowly starts going up. Obi, you sense magic. Not in you,
Dang it.
but coming from those 4 clay figures, you can sense the magic. Which is weird because you know this is an anti-magic field. Give me an Arcana roll, Mr. Obadiah. As you are
You don't
pulling
have
out
your
the
dice
magical
ready?
dice. Muth and Lorelei.
Yes, sir.
The Muth, you're leading the walk as a lighter of
Yeah.
the two. Okay.
Yeah, he's
Yes.
lighter.
25.
The first floor, no problem. You guys are both able to get up that first floor, and you get up to the second floor. Now I want you both to give me a dex save as you are traversing over to the next set of ladders.
Oh, total 20.
Nice.
13.
Okay. Okay.
Much lighter
Move.
without the gauntlets.
Muth, it gets a little rickety, but you got your hands against the side of it, and you're able to get up to that fourth floor, Muth.
Cool.
The third floor rather. Now I'm gonna go back to the elevator. What'd you get, Mr. Obadiah? 25.
25.
Oh wow.
You you remember reading about certain mages who could cast an anti-magic field or create an anti-magic field that only their magic would work in.
Oh.
I remember this. Okay.
Are you speaking to yourself?
I'm always talking to myself a little bit.
Anything you want to share with the group?
Well, I'm thinking I used to. I think I remember. It wasn't Mordenkainen, but there are some wizards that they make bubbles like this to keep wizards like me out. But they can still whoop the shit out of me with their magic in here.
Why? Why would one want to create such a field? I mean, we still
well,
entered.
Yeah, but if I can't use magic and he can,
Oh,
then that means we take a fireball to the face.
so the caster can still do magic.
How powerful is it?
Well, if it was 4 weeks, pretty powerful. Sorry.
You're okay.
You know, I have felt safe until this moment.
How powerful is the magic of this?
I
Like,
can't
is it
tell
something
it.
that you
With
have the
that
ability to do?
25, Obi, I'll let you keep using that with 25. You would probably guess that the mage or the magic that, not the mage so much, but the magic that created this anti-magic field, at the very least, he would have had a good 20 years of experience or close to it. It's not something that you would learn until you were well beyond your prime. There's probably only about 5 mages out there that could do it.
It's pretty damn powerful.
So
Or a she.
I didn't
we are
say he or she.
potentially
I
in
just
a
said it.
lot of danger.
I
I
just
was
saying
saying
it's pretty
I was
damn
saying
powerful.
he,
Oh,
but
okay.
yeah.
Correcting yourself. Okay, my
Correcting
bad.
myself.
They,
Got it.
The
But yes,
entity.
yes, it's very powerful magic that the spellcaster would have been very, very powerful.
That's some super bad juju. Super, super bad.
The fireball cast by that spellcaster would make that bomb that you guys just survived look like child's play.
Oh, like a bottle rocket?
Yes.
bottle rocket against a mortar. No bigs.
Yeah, it's fine.
You guys reach the 3rd level.
Bottle
and
rocket.
by the time that, because the cage moves so freaking slow. But you got to the 2nd floor, and as you were looking out, it's pretty dark, that 2nd floor, as you go through the 2nd floor all the way up to the 3rd. But that 2nd floor, you could see, I'll go back down to it on the map, you saw around where the cage comes up, the wood was rotted. The timbers looked pretty weak. None of you are structural engineers or anything like that, or even artificers. But it doesn't look like it could support a whole lot of weight. When you get up to this third floor, the wood looks even weaker. I want all three of you in the cage to give me an insight roll.
Okay.
Insight.
23.
13.
12.
Foster,
Can I use my passive instead?
what's your passive insight?
16.
Yeah, they
Oh,
wouldn't be
dang.
high enough. Foster,
Okay.
you know for a fact there is no way that floor would support you, and you doubt it could support any of you. But you know it couldn't support you. Muth, Lorelei,
Hey, buddy.
you see the cage coming up. You were standing there at the edge of the wood, both of you. Looking at it, you can see the wood. You can see how rotten the wood looks. You can smell the mold, the mildew. Muth, you do see a lot of the bugs and insects crawling all over that wood, and you see some of them crawling in and out of the wood. It's sketchy.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to take the honors?
Most of the tricks in my bag relating to this are magical in nature, and between everybody here, I fell straight through this with the plate mail alone.
Well,
Hmm.
here.
I don't think, even if we were to cannibalize part of this walkway, I don't think it would do much good. Um, inside the third floor, can we see any other method of getting to the fourth floor besides just the elevator?
No, ma'am.
No ladder, no nothing like that, and this stops at the third floor? Okay.
Not only is there no ladder, but the only opening up to the fourth floor is the opening where the cage goes.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Table
options would...
idea.
Yeah.
I give you my crossbow, and then I give you my staff, and I give you the cool dagger that I found. Don't yet know what it does. I'm like, okay, I'm as light as I can possibly be, and I turn around and I take a step onto the platform.
How much is that weight as light as you can be?
Always going to suggest using the pythons.
134 pounds.
Make a dex save.
Okay. Hey, buddy. 19.
I will give you a choice with that 19 that you could
Oh, no.
dive back onto the scaffolding where you are, or that you could start to fall through and grab the scaffolding where you are. I'll give you the choice, but the floor is gone where you were standing.
Great.
I'm assuming because I'm holding all of his stuff, I really can't help him here,
No,
yeah?
ma'am, you cannot.
You
Luckily,
Yeah,
he
no.
rolled very high.
As soon as I step on it and I start to fall, I'm probably not that dexterous. So I'm probably going to start falling through, but catch myself on the scaffolding.
Okay. You were able to spin around to catch yourself, but you're through the floor. The other three of you, you start hearing the cracking, and you turn and look immediately, and you are able to see him, and you see Muth almost go through the floor. Well, you see Muth go through the floor, but you see him catch himself.
Put down. Yep. I'll set down the stuff behind us on the scaffolding and help him up.
What
Help.
are you doing?
Trying to walk.
Trying to.
Obviously.
Why?
You quickly realize that floorboard, you aren't going to be able to get to that cage. There's no way.
Yes, probably not. So
Okay.
let me look through this real quick.
And the cage is still
Other
going
options?
up, but it's going up really slow. I mean, you guys could have a several-minute conversation before they are out of sight.
Yeah, probably.
What is the like
My only
distance,
two ideas would
the
be
footage from the opening to like the middle, the center?
What now?
Okay, so like what is the distance between like where we are and outside of where Muth and Lorelai are at?
Oh, it's little less than 10 foot.
Jump.
what?
Where?
Why?
I'm
Jump
gonna start
onto the
taking my
cage.
stuff back from you.
No, it can't hold our weight.
Okay. Why don't
Although-
we go all the way
We-
to the top? We
you
get
go-
off, and then we can send it back down for you guys.
Literally was in the middle. Yeah, was saying the same thing.
Well, I'm glad we are on the same page.
I'm not. Continue.
Okay. So, Obi, Fiad, and
Uh,
Foster.
Yes.
Did I say her name right? Fiat.
Thea.
No?
Sure.
Fia?
You just skip
Close
over the
enough.
D, skip over the H, and
Yeah.
however many other consonants you add to the end.
Yeah, just pronounce,
Yeah.
pronounce
Man,
the first half. Just
Man.
Fia.
Just the first three.
Forget,
I am now
forget the last.
counting. I am counting the hours until Beowulf is back.
I do miss Beowulf. It is hard to play this character, I'll be honest with you.
For we still have some people in the. Well, even if we don't, we still have VOD. So what happened was there was March Madness, and everybody was thrown all over the universe. And I know we explained this early on, but if they missed that part, Beowulf, which is who Allie usually plays, she's not here. She's somewhere else. That's her right there in the pictures. It is assumed she is home, and that's where Fia came from. So, Fia, Obi, Foster, who gets off of the elevator? Who stays on to go back down?
I will get off.
I'll get off.
Forward.
Let Foster continue. Or wait, is he? He doesn't have to play bellhop, does he? You can get
Yeah,
off too.
I can kick it over to one and just walk off extremely slowly.
Be cruising.
Are they going down?
Yeah, it has to go back down to get the other
Whoa.
folks.
Okay.
I guess
so
we
they-
could just set it to 3. Set it to 3. Because that's where they're at.
Well,
Or are they gonna go all the way back to the bottom? We didn't discuss this, did we?
Well, we had minutes, so this could be the discussion here.
Do you want us to send it back down all the way to the first floor, or what do you guys prefer?
Can you
How
make
long
to
did
floor
it
or
take
no?
to get to the first? Okay. Sorry, for reference,
Okay.
there's 10 feet in between us and the opening where the thing would be, yes, SETI. And then at the first floor, it takes how long to get down there?
It took roughly 15 minutes, roughly 5 minutes per floor.
Oh,
And
jeez.
I am at
Okay.
patient.
Hear me out.
Is there opening at the second floor?
Nope. You mean in the side of the wall? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Hear me out. right?
I told you jump.
You jump over there. It's not that far. You got this. You're a strong, independent woman. And then I jump over and you catch me because I'm not gonna make it.
I don't have my gauntlets on, Muth. They're not powered by anything. These are 46-year-old human arms. That's not how this works.
Okay. I'll go run back down and I'll grab the rope out of my out of my bag, and then I'll come back up and we'll use a rope. You jump over and then I'll just stay tied on, and you can pull me up after when you need help.
My counterpoint to that, because I don't like waiting, is I just start taking apart the parts of the scaffolding behind us, and we use that as a bridge to get over. We have 5 minutes.
You know, there's a reason why you invent things.
Because
You're
everyone
very
else's
good at it.
ideas are dumb.
Hey, what if you took the compliment? Imagine. Imagine how less grim, dark of a world we would be in if you accepted a compliment every once in a while.
This is Barovia. Look outside you.
I am. Okay. I start helping take apart the scaffolding.
Beowulf's gone, and I have a steady spaghetti. I'd like to use some carpenter's tools to start taking apart the thing behind us.
Okay. That works. Go ahead and give me your.
Pretty sure just Dex pest proficiency, right?
Yeah.
Look it up again.
Should just be proficiency.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree completely.
Okay, so 17 plus 3 plus 3, so
Sounds like 23 to me.
23. Gosh dang it. I stuttered.
23, but
Yep.
I wasn't homeschooled. Yeah. Take it, homeschool girl. So anyway.
Wow. Complimented 1 minute, backstabbed the next. I see how it is.
It's like a compliment sandwich. You can't get
Yeah,
over
yeah.
Yes. Okay. So as you guys are working on that and waiting for the letter, Foster, you're gonna hit the 3, and it's gonna slowly start going, and you're gonna walk off, and I do need a dex just to make sure you don't trip or fall, and yeah.
Saving throw or just regular dex? It doesn't matter. It's 13.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter.
There it is.
I'm sorry, Ham. Can you do me a favor, Xander? Can you warn me next time that your wife is homeschooled?
Oh, you too? It's okay. Solidarity. It's why we're so kooky and fun.
Right.
Yeah, y'all public schoolers could never. Like to see you break out in show tunes in the middle of a Tuesday. That's right. You can't.
I was in anyway.
Did you not go to the same school as the kids in High School Musical? We did that like 6 times a day.
Right.
Yeah. Each class session, that's how it started.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So anyway.
Very disappointed by the amount of people who weren't shoved in lockers.
Oh, that happened too.
I was expecting more.
Maybe in the remix, the remix.
Yeah.
Yep.
Foster, Fiat,
Yeah.
Obi, you guys are up there on the 4th floor. There is a cot. There is a chest. There's a desk with paper on it and a chair. There's a suit of armor. There's a nice wood-burning stove with plenty of wood behind it. And then there is also
Still crooked.
another table.
Okay.
What
I'm
are you?
gonna
What are you guys
begin.
doing?
I'm gonna look about. I'm assuming this is the other little table kind of
Yes.
near me. I'm by the wood stove. I'll look at that first. And I mean, I'm just going through everything.
Okay.
There's no like secrecy or stealth about it. I'm just,
Okay.
you know,
Obi,
yes.
sir, where are
Classic
you?
gray winding.
What?
It's a classic gray winding.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Obi stepped off over here and is just gonna start looking around on this desky thing.
Okay.
We're gonna do
Foster, when you
some. In,
came off
we're gonna do some investigating.
the oh, I see what you did there. You had came off that way. That's the
Ba-dum.
entrance. Just so you know, so you'd be right there. As he is in desk, I can't even say that word. Whatever. Um, it's not investigating if it's a desk. It's investigating.
Investigated?
Yes.
Mm.
Where are you headed, Mr. Foster?
Um, I'm going to see if the chest is trapped. I'm not going to try to break in. I just want to see if there's a trap that I can see. And then I'd like to check the bed for um, stuff.
The chest is not trapped. There isn't even a lock on it. Just the clasp is on it. You know, to where you could just lift the clasp and open it. As you're right there in front of the chest, it does smell very strongly of lavender.
Mm.
And you said you don't open it, and then you go to the
Not at
bed.
first. Not at first. I'm going to check the bed, and then I'm going to come back to the chest, and I'll open the
Okay.
chest afterwards.
Um, the bed is very neatly made. Um, obviously, whoever slept in it last has a tad bit of the OCD. That's how neatly made this bed is. Um,
Does it have like the miter corners and everything?
you couldn't bounce a copper off of it. Let's just put it that way. Um,
Mm.
um, I mean, it's nice and neatly made, but you couldn't bounce a copper.
Mm.
There is no dirt under the pillow, before anyone asks. Um,
Missed opportunity.
yes,
Okay.
totally missed opportunity. Stupid dirt man. Anyway.
Yeah. Okay, I'm like singing the tune in my head.
um, and you don't find anything else in there. I mean, the sheets are pretty dirty, but it's not like there's fresh dirt under the pillow. Um,
Even like under the mattress and everything.
yeah, under the mattress, you just find like straw. You know, it is an old straw mattress. It's pretty firm. That straw is pretty old. Um, but it's not mildewy. It's very dry. Kind of impressive. But you don't find anything under there whatsoever.
Cool. What's in the chest?
Um, sorry, I just read the the chat. Inside the chest is a head.
Oh.
A very oily looking head. I mean, the you worked in a graveyard. You know what it looks like when somebody is embalmed, and it almost looks like they have this head has embalming fluid, embalming liquid rubbed all over it.
Okay.
It's sort of got almost a sheen to it.
What species is it?
It's a dusk elf.
It has hair.
No, hold it. It's not a dusk elf. I'm sorry. It's not a dusk elf. It's a Vistani.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
It's a Vistani.
About to say we're gonna have to go back to Casimir with some real bad news then.
Does it have hair?
It does have hair. Um,
I'm gonna grab it by its hair,
okay.
and then I'm going to, even if I can, is there like any sort of like opening or anything,
What
like
do
a
you
window,
mean? Um,
like a window?
yeah, there are.
Okay, I'm gonna pop my head out and look down at Lorelai and show her the head.
Yeah, you're.
So
Yeah, you can
the
actually go
problem
over
with
there.
that is you're on the fourth floor and I'm on the third floor. So I will see is the bottom of a head dripping the embalming fluid on top of us. So
Um, he'd have to go out. I mean, honestly, he would have to go to this window or that window, and you guys are here. So
okay,
if he went
okay.
out there, he'd be able to lean out enough for you to be able to see it at an angle to where you can see that's a Vistani head.
Uh,
Can I see how it was removed?
Um, it was definitely cut off, possibly with an axe, maybe a sword. Um, doesn't look like it was in one smooth cut. Looks like it took two, maybe three shots.
Okay.
Um, and I want you to give me a medicine to determine how old of a head this is.
26.
It looks like this head is maybe a week and a half old at most.
Okay.
Not the
So I feel like
person,
my
the
magic,
head.
the head.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
It was
okay.
cut off a week and a half ago.
Can I feel like my magic is working on this fourth floor or no?
No, your magic is not working on this fourth floor. But because you are a cleric, you can. Why don't you give me a religion?
18.
You know that this embalming oil is some type of magical oil that was put on it, and you can
Okay.
tell that there was magic cast upon the head.
Okay. Can I tell what kind of magic? Is it like clerical magic or?
Um, yeah, it looks like it was clerical, and I don't mean as
Okay.
in somebody wrote something about it.
Right.
So just by the way it looks, I'm assuming the head was already there when you found it. But where is the rest of him?
Lost and found.
Lost? Huh. Okay. Did you find any labels, journal entries, anything? Maybe a gravestone with his name on it, something, so we know who to take him back to.
Hey, Lorelai. This is all I found. I'm gonna shake it.
He said you're on the other window and you're just reaching around.
Yeah. But I'm gonna try to swing it so you get embalming fluid on you.
Oh, that's gross.
I hope you sincerely believe when you're doing that I do not want to push you out the window because you're testing that boundary.
You gotta make it here first.
Oh, do I? Okay. I'll go to kill
I
him.
just want to see if there's a way from the fourth floor out around the outside.
No, you don't see
That's really
one.
what my plan is. Okay.
You do not see one. Obi,
Muth,
at the
I'm going to
desk.
kill him.
You're gonna what?
I'm going to kill him.
Maybe you don't.
Maybe don't.
Maybe don't. We'll work on the sarcasm bit.
Okay, Obi. Um, at the desk, you see several sheets of parchment paper. Looks like it was somebody was sitting there writing. There's an inkwell. There is a quill. But give me an investigation.
23.
23. And you can tell that as you're looking at it and you're like, check out the paper and everything, you see that the last thing that was written on there was definitely some type of a spell scroll that was written on that parchment. That somebody had sat down at the desk and was writing out a spell.
Can I roll an Arcana to see if I know the spell?
Yes.
$23.
You're pretty sure it was Speak with Dead.
I think somebody might have been talking to that head. I got an interesting spell was written over here.
What do you mean?
Somebody was writing a scroll of Speak to Dead, and there's a head in the chest across the room.
So
Coincidence?
you don't.
Maybe.
Speak with head or speak with dead?
Yes.
I mean, we don't know what happened.
Are you able to learn it? Are you able to? Can you tell by the scroll if you're able to cast it?
Do you think perhaps we could talk to the head?
That's
It
the plan.
might be able
can't
to give us some information.
I don't have the ability to, but
What are the
Hold on.
chances I can
I
recreate
have to
that
look
scroll?
up my abilities. No, I can't.
Pretty
Oh,
decent.
Grand Vizier.
You can't see it. Do you know that spell? Do you have that spell in your repertoire?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
No.
You can't see it well enough the way it is. I mean, you can make out words. You could make out some of the formulas. The way it is, you can't. It would.
as a grave,
I can get about halfway, but best I can do is talk to the head. I don't think it's going to talk back.
as a grave cleric, would I be able to figure out a way through that? Like, would I be able to know the formulas that a wizard wouldn't?
Do you know that spell?
What if we put our
I
heads
don't have the
together?
spell. No. Yeah. Heads to get 3 heads are better than 2.
I see what you did there. Just so you know, I see
And-
what you did there.
That's
I mean, we could try.
Have we hit our quota yet? How many more do I get?
I think the limit is 3 an hour.
Well, we're ahead this hour, so.
I'm ignoring it.
Okay, that's a wise move.
He's just gonna bury his head.
Is he just going to skulk in the corner?
Fia. The table itself, it has parchment on it, with like a weight, like a stone that was holding it down. You don't see anything else on the table. It's just a table. You can see, I'm not going to make you roll anything for it, but you can see how the table itself most likely was where if somebody was living up here, they wouldn't eat at their desk. They'd come over here and eat. There's a spot where, you can tell lantern or like a lamp with a candle lamp would sit. There's some wax on the table, different remnants like that you can just see that this was clearly just a table that they would bring that chair over here to sit.
Okay. I will go ahead and take the parchment, the rock, and the candle, and
There is
put it
no
in my
candle,
bag.
there's just some candle wax on the table itself.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Yeah.
Scratch the candle. Just the parchment and the rock.
Okay. 7 pieces of
Uh,
parchment and a rock.
beautiful.
It doesn't surprise
And
me that you're taking the rock.
yeah, of course.
Yes. You can't hide
Why would
behind
you
it,
not?
but
You don't know that. Have you
you know,
tried?
you're right. You're right. I don't know that. Um,
um, and then I will make my way over to the what do you call that?
that's a wood pile.
Like the helm. Well, the both of the items there, they're like stovetop and stuff like that, and
Okay.
inspect
Um,
it.
as you're looking through the fireplace stove and everything, the wood burning stove there, you do find bits and pieces of parchment inside. It looks like somebody was trying to burn it. You see a chunk of leather that was maybe a binder. Um, and there's not enough for you to be able to tell what this was, other than clearly somebody was burning pages out of a journal, or maybe a journal itself.
Guys, I have found something over here. I mean it's not much, but it looks like maybe certain information was not worthy of keeping. And I will hold up the leather binder um to the party. Yes. Just swinging it around.
I have 2 questions.
I
Yes.
potentially have 2 answers.
Um, Foster wouldn't have had the wherewithal to put his bag of holding aside before walking in. So are we retconning that there's just nothing in it?
Yeah, it would look like there's nothing in it. It would look empty.
Okay, yeah. I would just walk in with it. I don't really have much in it besides some gold, so
Okay.
I know what it looks like when I will open it. So, what Foster would like to do. Oh, my second question is, how many feet do you fall in a round?
Why do you want to know that?
I'm just asking.
It depends on the height you start from. Typically, they go by tens, I think.
40 feet per second. So
What?
I'm now scared.
gravity, right? 40
Oh, are
feet.
you wondering
40 feet per second.
how quickly you'll get to the bottom when I push you out the window?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You're an Earth genasi, so you'll fall faster because you're a rock. So you're heavier, so you fall faster.
Okay.
Because that's how gravity works. Heavier things fall faster. That's how
Would it take
gravity
me
works.
2 rounds? Would it take me 2 rounds to get to the ground?
Why you little?
How many feet per second? 40? Yes, 2 rounds.
40.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
2
Dang.
rounds?
Yeah.
Okay. What Foster would like to do is back
throw the
up
head.
from the window.
Okay.
No. What I'd like
Okay.
to do is run out. I'd like to take a couple steps back. I'd like to book it towards the window, 20 feet, like 15, 20 feet. I'd like to jump out the window right now
With
because
the
I'm
head?
not gonna wait. I'm not waiting 15. I'm not gonna wait 15 minutes to get back down. Foster's too impatient. No, I'm gone. I jump out. I'm gonna jump out, and soon as I pass 10 feet away from the building, soon as I know that I clear that non-magic, I'm going to take the head, stuff it in my bag, and then cast Death Ward on myself as I fall to the ground. And then I'm gonna take a short rest pretty much the second I hit the ground.
Did
Boys.
he just jump? He just jumped.
Okay, so turns out maybe I don't have to.
Okay. So you're
Look over the edge. Maybe make a saving throw for looking over the edge. I don't know, but is he alive?
You guys are just
before
gonna
you
see me
before
just.
I do want you to know that The tower stands 80 feet tall. Each level is
Yeah.
roughly 20 feet. So you were at least 65. At least 65
Yeah.
feet up.
You said it takes me 2 rounds to hit the ground, though.
No, I'm not worried about rounds. I'm talking about damage.
Oh, I don't care. I cast Death Ward on myself before I hit the ground. And then I'm going to take a short rest when I'm done. Because it's going to take them 15 minutes to hit the ground.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to go to the cart. I'm going to go hang out at the cart.
So
Graven.
66 damage, and
Okay.
it matters to an extent. We're gonna roll it up here. I hate it when I do that.
The bigger question is, does Death Ward negate the dark gifts thing that happens in Barovia or not?
That's one of the many questions that I now have.
Yeah.
He able to cast Death Ward because of the anti-magical.
Only
Yeah,
if
he'd
he's
be
able to
outside the
jump
5
out of
feet.
the...
I'd be outside of it.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. Just making sure, because I
Yeah.
see him doing that and then it not working and just splat, you know.
You touch a creature and grant it a measure of protection from death. I mean,
Yes. I'm just saying it was it was a magic thing. So if we can't cast magic, I mean you can touch yourself all you want, but it doesn't always
Thank
work.
you, Muth. Yeah, I put the falling rules in chat.
Okay, thank you.
the first time the
Okay.
target would drop to 0 hit points as a result of taking damage, the target instead drops to 1 hit point and the spell ends.
Okay.
And he
Falling
makes it
damage
down in one
is
turn.
a d6 every 10 feet, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And he gets he
66.
falls 500 feet per turn. 500 per turn. So he gets down in one turn.
100?
I don't believe.
Yeah.
There's no way he'd go down in one.
I don't
turn.
believe that.
I don't believe you'd fall 500 feet in one turn.
Here is
You're
a
gonna tell me I fall
breakdown of
60
the
feet?
falling rules in 5e.
No, I-
Standard rule. Okay. Hey,
We only shoot messengers. Be careful what you say.
Yeah,
if
no,
you get
Don't hate the
Xanathar's
player,
Guide to
hate the game.
Everything, it allows for a more time-consuming fall from great heights. But I don't have Xanthar's, so I can't refer to page 77.
Oh, I can. Hold on. Let me grab it.
Oh, do
Thank you,
you?
sir.
I just
Nice.
think that's
Oh.
ridiculous. 500 feet
It
in
is.
6 seconds?
Yeah, that's a bit fast.
Heavy gravity
Yeah.
in Barovia, man. Gravity's up.
Oh,
Real B out here.
heavy. Yeah.
How do you think we get so
Yeah.
strong?
Mm.
I mean, these folks do
If
some
you were to fall,
really burly
I
stuff.
literally just googled it. How fast do you fall if you fell 60 feet? If you were to fall 60 feet, you would be falling at approximately 42 feet per second, or 28 miles an hour. So 42
said page
feet.
77?
Doesn't matter what you add me as the rock, as long as you don't put me over 60.
Right.
It's 2 rounds. And I feel like putting the head in the bag is even a free, or is like a bonus action.
You said how
regardless,
many
so
feet per second?
When you
42
fall
feet
from
per
a
second.
great height,
Hold
you
on, Xander.
instantly
Hold on, Xander.
descend-
Hold on, Xander. Reality speaking, what is it, Foster? How many feet?
If you fall 60 feet, you'd be falling at approximately 42 feet per second at the moment of impact.
So that's only 2 seconds.
Yeah. So that's your max. That's what you would hit is 42 feet per second at the top of it. Because I'm running and jumping. There's no way I'm going to jump and then 6 seconds I'm hitting the ground. 6.
I mean,
Okay, what's Xanathar say? What was that number what was the total number on the dice roll? Did anyone see that?
We never got it.
No, I didn't.
Okay, we're redoing it.
Okay.
So good.
Okay, Xanathar, read.
realistically, a fall from such a height can take more than a few seconds, extending past the end of a turn when a fall occurred. When you fall from a great height, you instantly descend up to 500 feet. If you're still falling on your next turn, you descend up to 500 feet. This process continues until the fall ends. Either you hit the ground or the fall is otherwise halted. At the end of a fall, you take 1d6 bludgeoning damage for every 10 feet you fell to a maximum of 20d6. You also land prone unless you somehow avoid taking the damage from the fall. That's what Xanathar says. So, from how it's worded, you jump, and if you are 500 feet or less, you fall that distance. Not
That's
an
insane.
increment, whatever.
Yeah.
That's beyond insane.
That's nuts.
Per round? Is that per round?
I
That's
guess.
When you fall from a great height, you instantly descend up to 500 feet. So I
My
would say per round. If you're still falling on your next turn, you descend up to 500 feet at the end of that turn. It continues until the fall ends. You hit the ground or otherwise halted.
Holy crap.
It
Dude.
does say it takes about 6 seconds to fall 500 feet, but it does take the speed into account. Like you're taking terminal velocity into account.
Well,
Math rocks with math nerds.
1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi.
I mean, that's crazy fast.
Or Mississippi.
I know.
That's 83 feet per second.
I told him he'd have 2 turns.
Okay.
I understand what the rules are saying, and I think the rules are crazy. I think reality is somewhere in between what the rules are saying and what I said. Realistically, I guess he probably would have only gotten 1 action. But I also know that many, many years ago, I was in a situation where somebody was with me that jumped somewhere that fell a great distance. Some of you have heard the story. And I literally saw my friend flapping his arms, trying to fly to slow himself down. It doesn't matter that I was under the influence. That doesn't matter.
No.
That's irrelevant. The point is that it felt like forever, and I saw him flapping his arms like they were wings. I guarantee you he would have been able to get at least 1 spell off in the time he was falling. Are you saying you need time to cast 2 spells? Or 1 spell, Fosser?
I'm literally just trying to cast 1 spell and shove a head in a bag. That's all I'm trying to, in the bag of holding.
Does the spell require what components does the spell require? Verbal, somatic, what?
Death ward, take, touch, or verbal and somatic.
Okay. Then you couldn't shove the head in the bag because you have to hold the bag with one hand, shove it with the other hand. So you can't shove the head in the bag, or you can't cast a spell, one or the other.
I'll leave the head then. I'll drop the head as I jump out.
Like drop it outside the window or inside?
I'll drop it inside the window before I jump.
Okay. And then you jump. You cast Death Ward on yourself. Okay. Then you hit the ground. You were
How much
taking
damage do I take?
27 points of damage.
Oh, okay.
Which also feels like weak sauce, but whatever.
Yeah, it does. And then I'm just gonna wait downstairs until everybody else comes down and just short rest and heal myself. Bandage up my whatevers.
Okay. That was crazy, y'all. We figured out what's broke. Jumping out of windows is broke.
Falling. Falling
Very.
is broke.
Yeah, jumping
very
out a window to fall is broke.
that's nuts.
Because you should. So we determined you should fall slower or you should fall faster than the rules say.
Should fall slower IRL than what the rules are.
Okay.
If you're going with rounds, I'm
And
assuming.
you should take much more damage than D6 per 10 feet.
Duke says about 250 feet in 6 seconds if you're going with like real physics. So about half of what the rules say.
Okay.
To me, though, all of these 500 feet, like all of the high numbers, though, are if you are starting the fall. If I'm running and then jumping out, like to me, that feels like there's gonna be some sort of speed up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like you'd
Yeah,
fall
but you were
Have to
jumping
fall fast.
sideways. You were jumping
Yeah.
sideways though, not down.
Yeah, like
Well,
I'm like
gravity
trying to
pulls
go
the same whether you're going sideways or
This is
down.
true. The momentum shift just loses energy is what I meant.
Right.
Although technically, if we're being scientific, you have more gravity pull if you're outstretched than you do if you're standing like a pencil because
Also
mass and surface area. But it's whatever. Wind resistance, but it's whatever.
Yeah, what is the wind resistance? I was gonna say.
The
Oh, wow.
mathematical.
What is the
Is
wind resistance of a
576.
man-sized gravestone?
No. Like, is the wind blowing? Do we have the wind of the resistance of him going down? Like, I mean, this is just too much
Fiat,
math.
Obi,
I'll do the math real quick.
Yes.
you guys see
What was that?
you see Fosser all of a sudden drop the head, take off running, and dive out the window.
Are you ruling that he
Oh,
drops the
that's
head
new.
outside with him or inside?
He said he dropped it before he went out the window.
I'll drop it inside
Okay.
before. Yeah.
Well, that's
Okay.
good.
Is that something that he does often? Should we keep eye of windows and doors in higher stories? No comment? Okay.
Obi, she's talking to you.
Sorry, I was mathing.
Oh. You think he's gonna survive that?
Probably. He's a rock, isn't he?
Rock and roll? Okay.
Rock and roll.
Rock and roll.
Well, I don't know if he's gonna roll or not, but he is a rock.
That was horrible.
Yeah.
That was horrible.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry.
These people
Okay.
start rolling some nat 20s on here. We can switch over these points.
Did you find anything over on the desk?
I found just found the remnants of that spell, and you know,
Okay.
haven't really found nothing else yet. But
I'm gonna
I got
walk.
distracted by a rock jumping out the window.
Yeah, that's a pretty good distraction.
Oh my gosh, the non-magic of the tower gives him the youngest voice ever heard.
I'm gonna walk over to. You said there was a suit of armor.
Yep.
Gonna walk over to that. Check that fella out.
Okay, as you guys are doing that, let's go down to the 3rd floor for something else crazy going on. So you guys have built a gangway basically to the cage from the. Okay. Why don't you both go ahead and just give me a dex save walking the plank.
Cool. I love not having any inspirations left just in case. Favorite thing. Okay, 14 plus 17.
Okay.
18.
Okay.
Oh, dang nice.
Yeah. You both, one at a time, you both make it to the cage.
Actually, since we're on this subject, how old are you again, and can you catch me if I fall?
Well, Moose is only like 2 weeks old. But my body might be Upwards of 600.
I met you on the first day you were alive. I remember.
Yeah,
Or real life, I guess.
yeah, that's it.
Okay. So I don't. Show me. Show me the guns. Let's see. Let's go off the gangplank.
There's nothing.
On the elevator.
Skin and bone. He's got nothing. He has a negative strength modifier.
Those are good for your age. I wonder how I work this. Hang on.
You threw the accent right out?
Me?
Yeah, you.
Possibly. Oh.
Okay.
If I did not know this. There we go.
Yeah, you threw it right out.
Gosh dang. It's okay. Every once in a while, I'll switch over to British or Australian. It's a work of progress.
You two make it to the cage. You are able to take the walkway off of it to where it doesn't even collapse the floor when it hits the floor. Clearly, it didn't weigh that much. And you
Sweet.
guys are able to take the cage up to the third floor. As you get to the third floor, you see Obi. Obi, as you're investigating that spell and everything, did you go ahead and sit your old bones down to investigate it, or are you still standing up, leaning over?
No, I'm standing.
Okay. And
Fiat,
Fiat, you are standing there investigating the suit of armor.
Correct.
All four of you give me either Arcana or History as the other two come up within vision of everything.
Okay.
28 for history.
28 for History.
13 for Arcana.
Okay.
16 for either. I'm just
Okay.
going to say Arcana.
Muth.
Oh, maybe history. Mm.
I rolled a nat 1.
Oh, nat 1 on the board.
So-
Okay.
I don't know
Nice.
what you want me to say.
You were not paying attention. That's what you're marveled at everything that's occurring around you.
Maybe
Obi-
he's still in shock over his teammate jumping out the window.
He may not know yet.
I mean,
Pretty noticeable.
what's my
You guys
perception?
He jumped out the window.
But
I
you
have
guys
a
were
15
walking a
passive.
plank across it. 15 for perception. What's your passive perception?
I don't know. It
15.
depends on when he.
I don't know what my.
Would
let me
you not
pull-
hear the
The
It
thud?
kind of depends on what
No,
the
because
timeline is.
remember,
I
it was
figured
rock
we.
and roll. Remember?
Yeah.
Shut up, Sonny.
You're the one who said it.
I
You know, I was
know.
about to say, I'm like, it's your joke.
I know. As we stated, the ADHD is strong tonight.
You are in the cage as he jumps out the window. So you do realize he jumped out the window. You very possibly saw him out the window of this third floor, flying through the air with the greatest of ease. So you Obi, as you're sitting there looking over the parchment and you're trying to make out words, you all of a sudden you remember what animated armor typically looks like. And as you're able to glance over at the suit of armor and you realize that that is a suit of animated armor. It's just not animated.
I got lucky.
I'm gonna start looking around this thing, see if there's any engravings.
Nothing.
Damn.
How big is the suit of armor? Like,
About 6'2",
What?
6'3",
Oh,
two and a
okay,
half
so it's
feet
big.
wide.
Oh, it's massive. Okay, got it. So
Very tall. Okay.
very
Gotcha.
He's a big
Is
boy.
there any is there any like symbol, like what he was saying, not necessarily inscriptions, but like you know how like armor a lot of times it has like some sort of like design on it that like normally holds like who that person like works for, the god that they follow. Is there any of like that like in the metalwork? Or is it just like your basic like here's breastplate, here's like
I mean, it's a nice
shoulder.
looking suit of armor, but you're not seeing anything that says anything about it.
I want to knock it over.
It doesn't move.
Like even if I like forcefully like shove it, like give it like a good like like shoulder or something, like it doesn't budge at all.
No.
Can I look inside of it, like between like the pieces? Is there anything within it?
It is empty on the inside. It's there's like space. I mean, you can't like pull it apart or anything, but
I turned to Obi. I don't understand. It's just there. There's nothing inside of it. You just saw me running at that. Yes, it should have just like tumbled to the ground.
This isn't just a suit of armor. This is magic armor. It should be moving by itself, but for some reason, it's just standing there.
Do we want it to start moving?
you guys are up there on the third
Maybe.
floor now.
Oh, we are? Yay.
Yeah.
Okay, we're here. What happened? Did something throw him out?
No, he jumped. I asked Obi this. Does he do that a lot? Is that like his thing?
The window thing specifically?
The
No.
jumping? No.
No.
Is he okay?
He has a good. He has a very weird relationship with death. Hang on one second. Can I go look out the window and see where he is on the ground and if he's still there and dead?
You don't believe he's dead, but he's laying there.
You'll see a thumbs up behind my
Oh,
head
okay.
as my face is in the plane. As my face is in the ground, you'll see a thumbs up because I know they were looking. So
Okay.
Yeah, he's fine. No, he does not do that often, and I probably should expect something similar from that one. What else did you find up here?
Honestly, there's not much up here. We have found some parchment, a rock.
And there's a head right
Um,
about here.
Yeah,
that
he showed me the head.
that was in a chest.
Okay.
Obi found a spell for the Speakless of the Dead, and there's this binder. Within the hearth over there, you'll be able to find remnants of what looks to be like possibly like burnt remnants of something. Nothing's. There's not enough left to actually see anything.
So evidence that they tried to get rid of.
Perhaps.
Okay. Spells don't work here. Okay.
Did you
Could
guys
um
anything as you were making your way
how
out?
burnt is the remnants of these things? Is it feasible to take them with us outside of the tower to use mending on SETI, or is it just ashes now?
I mean, there is
Just-
um
Yeah.
like barely even a corner of a page.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. So I fail to see whoever on this tower what they would benefit from this head. Besides, I guess we could ask it questions. We just have to figure out what. Um, did you find anything on like a name or something for who this head is?
There you go. That's what
No.
I was waiting for. Obi, at her mention of name, what names have you guys heard, and do you remember? Do you remember talking about it? Do you remember
Was
when
it
you
named
first?
Kazan? Was that
And
his
as
name?
you say that, the suit of armor turns its head towards you.
Oh
It's
no,
moving now.
I think Zan might be that guy.
Yeah, that's probably a good guess. Hey, Mr.
That
Armor Guy, is your name Kazan?
I'm gonna back up from
It
it.
turns its whole body towards you,
does it have a weapon?
straightening its head out. No weapon, and it
Oh, okay.
slowly shakes its head. Yes.
Yep, this guy's Kazan. I don't know who that head is.
Right.
Okay, great. Do you protect this tower from intruders? I'm assuming.
It shakes its head. Yes.
Cool, cool. Um,
We're not intruders, by the way. We were invited over. We're supposed to have dinner at a later date time.
I don't think it's that. But never mind.
I don't want
It
it to
doesn't
attack
seem
us.
to. It doesn't seem to really answer anyone unless its name is spoken first.
I
Okay.
guess
Like it was
that's
answering. You noticed that it answered Obi after Obi said its name.
hmm
But then, as soon as Lorelai said the name and then asked a question, it answered Lorelai.
Okay. Do you know the name of whoever this head belonged to?
Hey,
Sam?
Kazan, do you happen to know the name of that little head over there? All right.
Okay, that works. Um,
We may have to start playing the guessing game because I don't think he's going to say a name.
no, that's okay. We might be able to like. I'm pretty sure I have some books. You can maybe not. Kazan, do you know how to spell? Like write with a quill. Perfect. That would be much easier. I
He
don't know
says
sign
no.
language. He
After
hasn't
you
come up.
finished your question, he said no about because you said, "Do you know how to spell?" He started saying yes. When you ended your question with, "Do you know how to write?" He said no.
Don't know how you know one without. Okay. Um, the owner of this tower, does he still visit here often? Or she? Or they? Or it? Have to say your name every single time. Okay, fine. Kazan, does the owner of this tower visit here often? Okay, great. Does the owner of Kazan? Does the owner of this tower also own the wagon that was out front?
Oh, see, we don't have to worry about the wagon. We're fine.
I mean, that's just a different intruder. What if they got trapped in a trap somewhere and they've just been, or they're like waiting in the bushes or something for us to come around the corner? You don't know. Um. Okay.
What if that was?
Yeah. I was. Gosh, it'd be so much easier if you knew how to write. Oh wait, you know how to spell? You can't speak.
Are you?
No one here knows the sign language, right?
Can you use your fingers to make the letters, Kazan?
You have to say his name first, and then you ask the question.
Kazan, can you use your fingers to form the letters in what you would like to spell? Hmm? No.
Kazan, if I put you on, can you force my hand into motion and I draw the letters?
What if we write out the alphabet and he points to what he wants
Okay,
to
I
spell
tried.
out?
All right, OOC.
Yeah, that could work.
We can
I'm
tell what
gonna.
kind of race this head is, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
he's a Vistani.
All right.
I'm
How many
gonna take
The
Vistani
one
the
have we met at this
parchment
point?
out and write
Or
out a
actually, hold on. Back into
common
character.
alphabet on it.
Hey guys, how many Vistani have you run into or heard about? Like
I
actually
mean, a
by
lot.
name?
I mean,
I mean, a
a
fair amount.
few.
We met some at Madame Eva's camp, and we met a few at Lavashi's.
What if we ask this guy just said random names we've heard and see if any of those pop up?
You know what we could do instead is I can
I
get out the
mean,
names of the camps and then just ask him which one it is, although I don't
because
remember off the top of
Vistani
my head.
we haven't met
Oh,
shouldn't be.
Obi, give me a history check because of something that Fiat said.
What did I say?
23. That's my
23.
number today.
She said, why
23.
don't we just write out the alphabet and you remember different things from school and different magic circles and things like that. You smelling what I'm stepping in?
We making. I got an idea. So, where to talk to spirits, they used to think that if you could make them move some stuff around, they could like talk to you if they didn't have vocal cords or a way to make speech anymore.
Yes, we
So
did this as a child. It was a game
that's a
during
good idea.
sleepovers.
okay,
I'm pretty sure the armor can point to stuff.
that's fair. Galdesh, are you from the Boam clan or Boam
Okay, first
tribe
of all, you
of the
said
Vistani?
Caldash. Second of all,
Kazan,
you
right?
called him
I was looking at
Caldash.
I was looking at the other the other names.
You were looking at the different
Mixed it up.
tribes of so it is 8:04. Let's go ahead and take a quick break.
Mhm.
Okay.
Since it's the 8 o'clock hour. Um, Twitch, we're going to take a 7.5 minute break. Then we'll be back here. We got a new slideshow that shows all the different NPCs and everything else. Please enjoy it while we're at break. And we will be back uno momento. Not sure why I Okay, we are back. Doesn't mean we're playing yet, but we are back. Some of us are back. Still waiting on
That's true.
Auntie Corby. Man, that was crazy with the fall damage, man.
Yeah,
That
that was
really wasn't that much. I was expecting more. Like, I'm gonna be honest. You said 27. I was like, yeah, I would jump too.
Right?
I did math.
You did do
Oh,
that.
Like
physics.
that's like a
I have
that's like
acquired
a
a taco.
sprained
Ish.
ankle.
What are you eating
Yeah,
there,
so that is-
Corby?
It is. I hesitate to call it a taco because it is sour cream, cheese, and chicken, and because that's all we had. But it is
But
close
no-
enough to a taco.
Is there a
Ish.
tortilla?
Is that
Yes.
like flatbread or
Okay,
okay?
it's a taco.
No, it's a tortilla.
That's
It's a taco.
totally a taco for most people because
Yeah,
most
it's a
people are like,
taco.
nah, skip
Yeah.
those veggies on my
No, like
taco.
cabbage or anything. So
Hey, did you guys look
I don't
in
like
the lobby and see some of the pictures that Carl is sending from his cruise and everything? He found some
I
really
did.
cool.
There's a donkey named Arabelle.
Yeah, he found a donkey named Arabelle. And he found that cool crossbow.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh,
yeah,
is that grenades? What the heck? They are grenades.
Wait, where is he? Like, where is this?
In the main lobby in Discord.
I know, but like, where's like, where?
I don't remember.
He's on
He
a cruise,
told
yes.
me, but
But like, where?
I think
Is
higher
this
up it
from,
says
like-
where he is.
Okay. Mm,
So who is Finesse
Rancor
Can't
Island.
Aim?
what was that?
Who's
What?
Finesse Can't Aim?
oh, isn't Finesse's Gur's friend? They're in a campaign together on the off Tuesdays, I think.
Oh, okay.
He's also in Floki's Tavern. I've
my-
talked to him during the late night shift before.
Oh, okay.
He's my boo.
Yeah.
He's your boo? Okay. Right on.
Nice.
Cool.
We talked during Mystery's last live stream too.
Yeah.
Maybe not last, maybe 2 ago. Hi.
Right on.
Best guy.
You're the things people
I am
said
the
you
things
are.
people said I am.
That
Okay,
is
cool.
good. That's better than not being
Awesome.
the things people said.
I need that on my
Be the
desk.
rumors you
I'm
spread in
things
the
people
world.
Say I am.
Oh man. It is it's Tuesday. I'm pretty excited about Tuesday. Pretty excited about the week and everything. It's been a good week so far.
Okay. I mean, you got dice today. What else tops that?
Right? I got
Getting
two sets.
t-shirts and dice.
Right? Two
Do we get a-
t-shirts and 2 sets of dice.
Do we get
True.
to see him? You never like actually
Oh yeah, you never showed us.
showed
Oh.
us. I mean,
So this is
I'll probably
Dice
watch
Goblin.
your video later.
Dice Goblin is a baby dice maker, meaning she's brand new at it. And
Mhm.
I saw her video where she made some what she called Warforged dice for one of her friends. And they're like copper and silver mixed, and I just love the coloration of it. So
Okay.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ooh,
I love the
toxic
coloration.
green. That's cool.
I know.
Yeah.
They were cool.
So the
That's neat.
D20s, she just got the new mold for these D20s. The 20 says FU. It says fuck you. And the Nat 1 says fuck me.
That's awesome. I like
Nice.
that.
I've seen that on her TikToks.
I
Yeah.
approve. I want that set in prismatic.
Oh my gosh, yes.
That'd be cool.
And then she started working on liquid cores, but the core did not liquefy.
Oh, sad day.
Yeah.
He'll
Those
get
seem
it.
hard to learn.
Yeah, liquid
I-
core is not easy. I'm wondering. Hold on. Nope, it did. It did liquefy. It did. What do you know?
Oh, did it?
Yeah, I guess they frozen shipping maybe, but now that they're
Oh.
here, they've warmed back up.
It has been really cold lately.
Yeah.
Which is stupid. Spring.
So here's the D20.
Yeah.
Crystal clear with the reddish purple inside.
Yeah, that's cool.
Pretty.
That's neat. You guys want to see what I've been working on?
Yes. Have you guys
Yeah.
seen the 24 karat glizzies?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I
What
have.
is okay. What is the story? I don't know what the story is on that. Like, why? What's the thing? Why is it? I'm so confused.
Ooh,
Press
Uh,
are
play.
you
It
building
is.
body
It's a
armor?
little tiny. It's a little tiny breastplate for my nephew because he's gonna be in an Easter play. So I have this. I am in the middle of cutting out some shoulder pieces to attach to it, and then I have a bunch of these
Oh,
little connecting pieces that go down.
that's so cool.
It's cute.
Yay,
Yes.
Kat got her dice today that I sent her for doing
Ooh.
the barbarian challenge.
What does yours look like? Mine are. Oh, where are they?
Oh, mine are yellow.
Yellow.
Show Allie through Discord what through Twitch what they look
We're in the
like.
same Discord. You could just put it in there.
Tell me what color they are.
I sent all of you different shades of yellow.
Okay.
Oh, all right.
Cool.
Did you mean to send me 220s?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I
I got
wanted you all to
Okay.
have I wanted you all to have advantage dice.
Oh, that's fun.
That's cool.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I made sure you all got some candy and there's a reason why I sent you a dad's root beer because I'm dad. Okay? Some Smarties because you're all Smarties. And lifesavers because you guys are my lifesavers.
Oh, you're so cute.
And then I sent you guys some cool stickers too.
Yeah,
That's
I was
sweet.
trying to decide where to put mine today.
Um,
I'm really bad with stickers. Are you like guys like? Do you guys have that issue where like you're like, where do I put this? And like, then it just
Yes.
sits there for
That's
like
why I have a
very long time.
pile of stickers. That's why I sent you guys a couple because I have a pile of stickers.
Yeah, I did put one on my notebook today.
Uh,
But
how many days away are we from the
there you
the
go.
fire festival?
The what?
Festival of the Blazing Sun.
That's the one.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I was like, fire festival. What is that
Fire
about?
festival.
Tuesday night. You guys are probably just a couple days. Just a couple
Okay.
days.
Oh, cool. That's Ooh. Almost just threw my
We
spoon
should
out
probably
of
play
my
D&D. You guys want to play D&D?
Yeah, I'm trying, guys. I'm trying to jump back on track.
No, I mean I hear you because I kind of want to just sit around and socialize, but we only play every 2 weeks, so we should probably play some D&D.
Yeah.
We can socialize after.
Oh, that's
It's
cool.
okay.
We can.
Sticker book would be a good
Oh,
idea.
the coolest thing happened last night. We after the game last night,
Right?
after the game last
Squirrel.
night, we decided we'd raid somebody, right? So we raided this group and we're sitting there watching them and like we must have raided like 15 minutes before their game was over too. And then they raided somebody with us in them. So like we raided them and then they raided with us in them. And we ended up meeting some really cool people. And one of them was
Oh.
actually in here earlier. I don't know if she's still watching, but we found another all female game.
Oh,
It was
cool.
cool. It was their finale though, so they're done for a bit.
Oh, well, that's sad. That's
Yeah.
like, okay, that's always like bittersweet though. Like, how many people?
They said they're gonna
Like-
be like a third season, I think, but it was gonna be a few weeks.
See, that's what I was saying. I was like, a lot of people like that I've met that have like finales or whatever. A lot of times they like take a like period of time to kind of like plan and like get what they want, and it's normally just like a addition to their like past series instead of
Yeah.
like starting a new thing.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing with my Monday night campaign that I'm a part of. We finished Dragonlance, and now each of us are taking like one of the different like color like heads of Takises and writing our own homebrew for that.
Oh,
And then
cool.
we're gonna take turns like DMing it. It's gonna be a fun time. I got the
Okay.
white head.
So, Prizzle's back. Let's play D&D.
Okay.
Alright.
I finished my food, so we're good.
So, you're taking a short rest down there on the ground.
And what's it called?
Okay. So take your short rest. The rest of you are on the 4th floor. And when we left off, I believe you guys were getting ready to like draw a Ouija board on the ground.
Yeah, basically. So one of us was drawing that, and then I was asking Kazan which tribe he was from, one by one.
I'll start drawing the letters and stuff on one of the pieces of parchment
He
that I have.
shakes his head
The
no
head
on the
is-
tribe.
Sorry,
He shakes his head no on the tribe.
not him. The head.
He shakes his head no on that question.
For all three of them? Okay. I did not know that any Vistani lived outside of the tribes in particularly.
Kazan, sorry.
It's okay, words are hard.
Kazan, are you from the Vistani?
He shakes his head no.
See? We're wasting time. Kazan,
No, I didn't mean
are
him,
you from
him.
the Castle Ravenloft?
He shakes his head no.
Kazan,
I'm gonna.
are you
Well,
from the village of Barovia?
He shakes his head yes.
Okay, I don't know what I'm doing now.
Well, that's incredible.
we
Kazan,
all knew this.
have you ever had a dream pastry?
He shakes his head no.
Wait, he can't eat. What?
I mean, neither
You
do
know-
I.
We don't know if
Oh,
he eats or not.
Sure.
Hazan, do you eat?
He shakes his head no.
Okay.
That's unfortunate. Okay.
Kazan,
Um,
do you know, oh man, what's his name? Do you know, Koyanovich? Is that the right? Is that the Burgomaster? Is that the Burgomaster's name?
That's Beren Vargas.
No, not that one. Barovia.
Ismark?
I mean, he shook his head no.
It is-
He shook his head no
Oh, okay.
with Gavanovich, but
okay. I'm gonna come up with our makeshift letterboard. I'm gonna set it on the ground. I'm gonna say, Hazan, can you spell out your master's name?
hold on, let me pull up the name so I can. Okay. V A
A
N
N
R
R
I
I
C
C
H
H
T
T
E
E
N
N Vanrichten. Okay.
Ah, God.
Hazan, do you like your master?
We should probably leave.
He shakes his head yes.
We should probably leave.
Zan, would you like to go with us? We'll probably run into Van Richten at some point again.
I mean, he
Shakes
lives
his
in
head
the same
yes.
town we work. Okay.
Son, are you married?
Kazan, are you
What?
able to be warned?
He shakes his head no.
Okay, Kazan, are you able to walk?
He shakes his head yes.
Okay,
Okay.
Hazan,
Kazan, Will you die if you jump out the window?
He shakes his head yes.
Okay, well,
We just had to take trips. We had to anyway.
okay.
Should we ask him some more questions in regards to his
We
duties?
can ask on the 15-minute trip down.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll
Or
bring this
somebody
down.
can ask questions as the other people take the 15-minute trip down. And then it comes back up for 15 minutes and then go 15 minutes down.
Oh my gosh,
Okay,
this is gonna
if we
take,
don't
like,
have any
40
pressing questions, can we just fast forward 30 minutes or 45 minutes to where we're all down at the bottom of the tower?
Oh yeah, we can.
Thank you.
I do need all four of you to give me a history check real quick. Or an insight. Yeah, insight. Let's do insight.
Okay.
Insight. Where are you? Oh, wow,
Since you
shit.
learned you don't want to deal
I
with
don't
my
know
history.
anything. That was a natural 1 for a 2.
Another nat one.
I'm gonna nat 20 that instead.
I'll put it on the
Oh,
board.
nat 20.
Dang. Okay. Okay.
And since that's
If
insight,
somebody
that'll be a
rolls a nat
26.
1 and a 20 and the same
Nat
thing, does it
1
like
and a
cancel
nat
them out?
20. Yeah, you don't know what he's talking about when he says, weren't we going to ask what the guy's name was that was the head?
Yeah. That was one of them.
Yeah, but you
and then
guys
where he
never
was
asked
from.
him.
And if I was. I
You
had to
were
write
getting
down
there?
a list.
Okay.
Yeah. You said we have 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah. But we're going to
Okay.
fast forward, but I'll answer
fast
questions
forward.
for you.
Oh,
But
okay.
it's Lan, Lan.
L-A-N.
On.
And this is the name of him or the head?
Dead.
The head.
The armor's name is
His
Kazan.
name is Kazan.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I'm
I'm sorry, guys.
want to ask where Lon is from.
Come.
I'm assuming somewhere in Barovia, but if Kazan doesn't know, then we'll just
It was.
bring it.
All he
was of
spells out
Astani.
is Vanrichten brought.
Okay. Shoot.
Kazan,
Like,
when Vanrichten brought Lon to the tower, was he already beheaded?
He shakes his head yes.
Okay.
Kazan, do you know if Vanrichten decapitated Lon?
He shakes his head yes.
I feel
What?
like
Did he decapitate?
He shakes his head yes.
are there any other bodies in the that you're in charge of watching here? Okay.
He said no.
Kazan, did Vanrichten try to speak to the dead? Can you spell out the name, race, some indication of who he spoke to?
Lon.
Lon.
He points
Oh,
to
he
the
was
head.
speaking.
Yeah, the head is dead. If you speak with the dead, you speak with the head.
But why? Okay, sorry, this is just an alley thing. Why would he? Why would he try to speak to the head if he brought it already beheaded? Was it beheaded beforehand? Like, did he find it beheaded, or like, did he
No,
behead it?
he just
showed up
answered.
with it behead. He showed up. Van Richten showed up
Yeah.
at the tower with it beheaded. Kazan
And
doesn't
Van
know
Richten
anything other than
beheaded.
he showed up with the head.
Okay. I thought Van Richten beheaded him, and I was
Yeah.
like, what? But why would you do that if you wanted to talk to him? Anyway, sorry. sorry.
Kazan, when you were overhearing what was being talked about, was it specifically mentioned what information Van Richten was after? I know this one might take a while, but we have a really long time to wait.
Using the board, he will spell out anti-magic.
Okay, so he needed Lon. Okay, correct me. He needed Lon to put the anti-magic spell over the entirety of this tower because he was unable to do that kind of magic himself.
He shakes his head no. Spells out can't speak with dead in anti-magic.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Correct.
Yeah. I've
Okay.
got-
Can we get out of the tower now?
I figure some magic would work. Clearly, he's alive inside of here.
He spells out, "My maker was
Mhm.
Kazan."
Oh. Is Kazan still alive? The person, your maker.
He spells out, "Lich."
Ah, yes.
Hmm. So yes, in the most technically correct way possible. Got it.
Once I get down to
Vanrichten
the
got
bottom
you
of the
for
tower,
money.
I'm gonna run
Okay.
over to Foster and make sure he's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's taking a short break. He got a 45-minute rest. Well, plus the time that you guys, were standing up there talking before you took the slow elevator down.
Mhm.
But you guys are finally all down there, and you have your makeshift leather Ouija board that allows Kazan to talk to you guys.
Mhm.
Not a Ouija board.
What if I made him straps and it went around his chest and then he just like was able to point at whatever?
Oh my god.
All I could
Like a bib.
all I could picture was him rolling it up and like bending his knee and putting it like inside his knee to where it's like with him at all times, or like turn the hip to
Oh!
where he carries it with him.
I have leatherworking tools and junk in my bag. What I could do is he's armor. I could have it to where like a flap of his arm comes out and it like unrolls and then he can point at it and then roll it back up into his arm.
There you go.
Be wonderful.
Much better than
Look at that.
everybody else has named him Bob.
Oh. Okay.
Wow,
Even
we
though
are
the
doing so much
command
better.
word is Kazan.
I mean that's just his makers. Might as well call Frankenstein's monster Frankenstein, imagine.
Obi.
What would you?
Why not
Kazan,
just
what would
call
you
the
like us
man
to
by
call
his
you
name?
We haven't asked him what his name is.
I asked
Kazan,
him if
what would you
Kazan
like
was
to
his
be
name,
called?
and he shook his head yes.
Oh, he nodded his head, yes. Oh, okay.
Yeah, y'all,
He just named
we
after
were
his
there
maker.
for that.
Okay.
Obi, I want you to give me either an Arcana or an Insight.
Arcana it is. 16?
Okay. At one point in time, while you guys are questioning, you accidentally asked a question right after you'd asked a question. Like you asked two questions in a row, but you forgot to say his name in between, and he answered you the second question. And you realize that if just one person talks to him, you don't have to say his name in between every single word, every single question, as long as it's the same person talking, as long as it's the same person giving commands.
Listeners.
But in order for him to respond to somebody new, the command word has to be spoken.
Got it. That is much easier.
It's almost like a Simon Says type situation.
Mm-hmm.
But you also notice that he listens to Obi before he listens to anyone else. Because Obi was the
Understandable.
first one to wake him up. Like first contact.
Yeah,
It's like true love's kiss.
of the third degree.
Yeah, true love's first kiss.
So,
Spiggles.
Okay, so you
so
get down.
saying Kazan
Foster's alive.
isn't as much as
Yeah.
saying his name to get his attention. It's just a code word that unlocks being able to talk to
It
him.
activates.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you guys are all
All
down
right,
on
where
the
we going
ground now.
next?
and you
Let's get on the
Hey.
wagon.
able to.
Let's go, guys. Let's go.
You guys go
We
back
got
around.
wine to deliver.
Better question for you, Kizon. Will Vanrichten be upset that you have left the castle?
Mm. He kind of shrugs. But what
So you have a
guys,
bit of
what? You guys notice notice whatever a rider coming towards you guys down the pathway, down the road. We will skip over to this map to where you guys are, on the island, still getting ready to leave the island. You still got to walk over to get your wagon. You see this horsed rider coming towards you. Single rider.
This might be a great time for us to get behind the tower or use that brush of yours.
I take the rock out of my bag and I hold it in front of my face.
Oh my word.
Uh,
All of you? All of
can
you.
I tell if I recognize the rider?
I thought maybe I had a rock in here that I could use, but I don't.
No, you do not recognize the rider.
Great.
You can give me a perception roll, Muth. Since you're like
Nat 20.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Oh, all
Which
right.
is a 25.
Here.
That is a female rider.
Xander knows what it is,
Yeah.
Mhm.
who it is.
Yes, I do too.
Allie
Great.
doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Moose
So,
is outside of the anti-magic field, correct?
I believe all
so
of
it's
you
not
are.
so
Okay.
it's not Vanrichten, and the wagon is blown up.
And by you
Cool.
seeing that she's a woman, she definitely can see at least one or two of you.
Yeah. I'm gonna cast guidance on myself and walk towards her.
Okay.
Hey,
What is
Nice
your
nice to
plan?
meet you. My name is Moose. It's a pleasure to meet you. I know you still got a distance
Which
to get to
one
me.
of your idiot friends, because I doubt if they're still alive, blew up my wagon?
Well, we don't really know who blew it up, but I witnessed it exploding. We don't really know who blew it up, though.
How did you witness
It's
it
almost
if you
like
don't
it
know
exploded
who blew
itself.
it up? It did not blow up on its own. That's not how I had it rigged.
So you rigged it to explode?
If
Oh no, we're
somebody
playing dumb.
tampered with it, yes.
All I remember is shouting Kazan at it, and it exploded. Does that
Shouting
sound like something that would
Kazan
cause it
at
to
it.
That is what I said.
Hold on, let me
Both
shut the door.
then and now.
Y'all are rude.
Oh no, Daddy, go
This was
apologize. Go apologize to your family right now.
It's my daughter and the dogs.
Yeah.
Yeah, apologize to Tank immediately.
Just Tank.
Okay.
Anyway, they're rude.
Yes,
Okay?
that's what I said. I yelled Kazan both then when it exploded and now talking to you.
How would yelling Kazan blow up my wagon?
That's what I'm asking. You rigged it to explode. How did it explode?
I like the chaotic energy. It's pretty nice.
What are you talking about?
The wagon?
She starts looking around at the rest of you.
I'm hiding behind the rock. Not at making eye contact.
I try to step in front of her. You seem to be having a bad day.
So were you all idiots before you blew up my wagon?
If it makes you feel any better, I was born like 2 weeks ago, so I'm not really new. I don't really know all of the social stuff
It
yet.
sounds like your wagon malfunctioned.
We didn't try to move the wagon if that's what was supposed to set it off.
Yes, ma'am.
Cool. So just based on the fact that she came right in here and immediately started asking questions instead of swinging blades or whatever, I'm gonna go with she's at least civil and intelligent, more so than some of the other people we've met in Valaki or Barovia. Do I get this? Okay, I'm cool with making an insight roll or whatever, but do I get the sense that she is holding in the kind of tension that will explode if she doesn't
Like
get
our
what she
wagon?
wants, or the
Yes.
kind of tension that will eventually dissipate once she figures out we're all idiots?
It appears to be that it's starting to dissipate because she's realizing you're all idiots.
Yes, it's working.
We're safe.
Okay.
Now that she's seen one lady hiding behind a dwarf hiding behind a rock, she's talking to this guy that's literally a few days, weeks old, whatever.
I wish he were telling the lie, but he legitimately is not more than like 2 weeks old.
What was in the wagon? Actually, I don't need to know that.
Everything I own.
Excuse us. I believe we have
Everything
got
you
off
own.
on the wrong foot.
Everything that
I'm
is
sorry.
on me
What
right
is your
now.
name?
I mean, everything that
Okay.
I had. Everything.
Uh,
Are you
well,
even listening?
here, let me
Morty?
help out.
Dear
Hey,
darling, can you tell me what your name is?
yeah, that's a good question. What's your name?
I'm Esmirelda.
My name is Fia. It is very nice to meet you, even if
I
it
am
is
Mood.
on odd
I
terms.
don't really care who you are anymore.
That's fair.
I understand. And knowing now that your items, everything that you owned, was in said wagon, I promise you that we did not do anything that blew it up, and we will do what we can to help you regain said items. Do you have a list of your inventory?
Actually, let me try. I obviously don't have a lot. But I can give you I can give you a lot of what I have. And so I start I pull 2 daggers out and I start trying to hand it to her.
How
Do you by
Wait,
chance
How did you-
have wagon insurance?
hang on. Esmeralda, I recognize your name. Do you know someone, an inventor of sorts by the name of Tobias? He's mentioned you before.
Yeah, I know a Tobias.
He's an interesting fellow. Human, very curly mustache, striped
Yes.
clothing that does not fit fashion very well.
You do kind of
Yeah.
fit his type, but you're a little old for him.
He's not my type either, trust me. He blew up our wagon too. Different time. I know,
So
it's
you
confusing.
thought that because he blew up your wagon, you'd find his ex and blow up her wagon.
Look, you're not
No.
helping the situation. I'm trying to give her some supplies.
What? I want to know how you
What
got the
is-
suit of armor out here.
I talked to it.
We made it a communication board.
Okay, the rest of you idiots, shut up. The old man's the smartest, obviously. Um,
Thank you.
how did you get it? What do you mean you talked to it?
Oh, when I figured out it was an animated set of armor, I started looking for an inscription, and when I couldn't find one on the armor, I used the only inscription I'd seen since we walked in. It was Kazan. And so I asked Kazan if
The
he wanted to.
maker of the tower. Of course it was his suit of armor.
So when I asked if he wanted to come with me, he shook his head yes. So we came down. He came with me.
He said Richten wouldn't get angry.
Well,
No,
he said he
unless
didn't
you
know.
blow up his tower like you did my wagon.
We didn't blow up anything.
You should go back to the
I have-
circus you came from.
That's
Uh,
fair.
Es-
Esmerelda.
Excuse you.
Yes.
Esmeralda,
Bearded lady. Heard of it?
Have you heard of a dwarf?
Like,
Yes, I've heard
Okay.
of it. I know what you are. Do you realize you're in Barovia? Okay?
Okay, so it's idiot to idiot at this point. Got it. Continue on.
you are not helping the situation.
not particularly.
Okay.
Esmeralda,
Esmeralda, Disney
can
so
I
meant to be.
gift you gold to help pay for your wagon?
Why don't I just make her one?
Do we really have the time to do that?
But you can't make everything that she had in her wagon.
Old
Perhaps
man.
not, it would take several days.
You saying you can buy her off?
Old man, what? Please tell me that you idiots are not the ones that Strahd brought here thinking that you'd be fun play toys.
Unfortunately, we can't all be winners.
No, I think that's how they got here.
He
I
came
don't-
here of his own free
Oddly
will.
enough, I brought myself here.
I think I've been bait here for a little while, so I don't even know how I got here.
I also don't know how I got here.
And you must not be from Velaki if you're saying his name out loud.
No, I am not from Valaki. I'm not from Barovia. I came chasing after Vanrichten. Not because I love him.
Okay, I was about to say he seems a bit old for you.
He is closer to your age, old lady.
Yeah.
He was my teacher. He taught me how to hunt monsters.
Ooh, a monster hunter. You know, I think you should join the group. We're hunting monsters. You hunt monsters. It's a win-win, right? I mean, you got to deal with some of the lower intelligent folk back there, but you and me and the other old man, we got it. And
I
the
figure I
older
protect
lady,
the old man.
the older
The
one.
other four of you can just be in the front and die first.
Well, you see, Vampire Spawn have
chill.
tried that before and haven't succeeded. So I feel pretty good about my odds.
Lorelai, you do notice that she has a. Yes, ma'am. You do notice that she has a metal leg.
She's a boss.
Does it use hydraulics in the same way that the my gauntlets do?
It doesn't appear to.
Interesting. Do I get the sense that it moves magically?
Yes. To an extent.
wait here a moment, if you will, Esmeralda. I think I have something you might be interested in. I'm gonna go over to the hole in the ground and move the dirt and get my gauntlets and stuff out of it and clean it off with prestidigitation. And then I'll bring the gauntlets over to her and show her. Much like the bias, I'm an inventor myself. I made these, and I'll power them on to where the hydraulics are working, and she can hear the buzz of the electricity coming down the wires.
So you're not nearly as stupid as you acted. Why are you acting like an idiot? Is the bearded lady an idiot, or is she just acting like it too? She was hiding behind a rock.
I don't like to take over every decision for the party. I like to try and give them some leeway on what they would like to do, unless they expressly
You're in
need me.
charge, or the old man is? Because the
Oh
old
no,
man's
that's me.
obviously the smartest.
He's just louder.
Thank you. I really appreciate your kind
Not
words.
you. The smart one, not the baby one. You're like a baby old man. You've been alive for 2 weeks now.
Basically.
Yeah, about that.
A reborn.
Yeah,
you guys ride around with
think.
a reborn? You know that like you were like 2 steps away from undeath, right?
Basically.
Technically, I don't ride around. I walk beside the wagon.
It's not the point.
But yes, I
Okay.
am fairly close to death most of the time.
May I talk with you candidly?
Me?
Sure.
No, not you. I talk with you enough. We had so much time in the waiting for that elevator. We have one person in our party, we'll say, who has sticky fingers, and while the rest of us were inside trying to figure out the pulley system to look for what would be a clue to defeating our shared enemy, when touching things that very clearly had a sign that said not to. In that respect, I may have been unaware of his actions, but I am, in a way, a leader of the party, and as such, responsible for the things that happen in it. I know that you have a metal leg. I know that you are now missing a wagon. I built our wagon. I could help you with one of those 2 problems as recompense for what has been destroyed.
I also have 5 gold, if that helps at all.
It does not help at all.
You're cracking me up.
I needed this,
That was
guys.
that was a DM SETI Esmerelda facepalm.
Oh my
Just so you
gosh.
know.
Oh my gosh.
Bravo.
What is your name? 5 gold. In fact, your name is 5 gold from now on. No.
Well,
name is 5
actually, I've already introduced myself to you twice. So if you're not the idiot, then
I
you should
wasn't
remember that
paying
my name is
attention
Moot.
because I didn't have my wagon.
You still don't have your wagon.
Does your wagon, is it like a magical infusion that makes your brain remember and obtain information?
If we shave
Look, I know
your
you're
face,
trying,
will you be able to
but
think
let the
clearly?
professionals roll.
Yeah, so let's antagonize her more. Why don't you just call her short and pummel her to the ground while you're at it? Can you give me a little bit of help here?
I am short.
Call
I feel
her
like I'm
short.
carrying the
She's a
conversation.
dwarf. She already knows she's
I
short.
know. That's why it's funny.
Oh, it's one of those jokes that's so funny that you forget to laugh. Haha.
Is that
makes it feel
Gurr raising his hand or Connor? I mean, Gurr or Connor? Doit! Is that Gurr or is that Fosser?
Foster.
Okay. This should be
Um,
interesting. Yes, rock, stone, earth, genasi. What stone, rock? Yes.
Yeah, Foster Daily Rock News. This is actually a question more for Lorelai.
Oh, okay.
Do you have the ability to recreate those hydraulic situation that you got going on in those gauntlets?
I do if I have access to the proper facilities to make it, aka yes, Smith is Smith, or I make a fire hot enough to be able to do something with metal because it's very fine.
would you
And
be
metal is hard to
willing?
come by here.
Would you be willing to um ride with us? And I believe that at least one of the few favors we can offer in exchange. Would you be willing to offer to help fix her leg for?
I already offered her that, but she hasn't responded yet.
I'm
Oh, okay.
sorry, I didn't hear you offer to fix my leg. How can you fix my
I,
leg?
s- I said I could make you one that functions on hydraulics instead of magic if that is more optimal for you, or we can help you with your wagon problem. One or the
Oh,
other.
those were the
One,
options. I just heard
yes.
wagon, and there was
Either
some
one of
other
the
option.
options would take days worth of work, and frankly, I don't have that much time to spend away from the party because you see what happens when I'm not around, and I don't think you want to wait that long.
We don't have that kind of time anyway. That
No.
wagon will take very long. Um, as far as fires go, um, the windmill probably could. The windmill's the hottest fire you'll find around here. There was bones
I
inside of it,
have to.
so that means that they left
See,
like
the
holes
problem
in
with
them.
that is that the windmill has been burned down by the hags that were in it. So,
The stone
have
structure
you been
still
gone a
stand.
while?
The stone structure still stands.
Technically, it'd just be a lot of work to clear it out.
True. Depends how hot of a fire you need. Um,
Mhm. Plus, we're on our way back to Valoki, so it's closer anyway.
who is this Yesmith?
Yasmith the blacksmith, yes. I've used his fort before to make a protection amulet for one of our kids.
Where is he? Where does he reside?
Why do you want to know?
Well,
I think she's
because
talking.
I've yet to run into him. So that tells me he most likely is in Valaki.
Well, I did say he was a kid, and I said that he was ours. I don't see why you need that particular kind of information, and I don't think that's safe to give it to you.
No, I'm simply saying because I'm Vistani. I'm not allowed
Mm-hmm.
in Valaki.
Fair. That's fair. So at least you know what is going on. You had said that you were chasing Vanrichten and that you're not from here. I'd assume you'd been new or nowhere.
Sort of.
How long have you been here?
Uh, long enough to get into the tower. Hold it. If you've been in the tower and you brought him down, where's Jan?
Lon?
Yes, Lan.
He said he's over there. We are going to ask you questions once we are out of the field and figure out why he's here. And if he needs to be returned to a family for proper burial or something. That, or we take him all the way back to Vallaki and ask Van Richten himself. Which I think will be a display he won't particularly enjoy.
I
Yeah, he
thought
would.
Van Richten
Rather
was in
avoid that.
Barovia.
Sorry?
I thought Van Richten was in Barovia.
No. No, he's in Vallaki. You've met him before, you've talked to him.
Uh, I thought that was in Barovia.
No, he's at the Blue Water.
Oh, okay.
This happens a lot. Barovia the village, Barovia the kingdom, the country.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised Vallaki isn't called Barovia too, frankly.
I'm
New
surprised they
Barovia.
didn't call it New Barovia.
Yeah.
Yes. But then that would mean that they'd have to change Baresk, change Kresk to New Old Barovia, Old New Barovia, Barovia.
Can we sneak you into Valaki?
Easily.
Ooh,
Well, since I don't have my
Oh.
wagon, it's not like I'd need to bring that along.
what if you go kill a few wolves and bring that with you? Because they seem to really appreciate wolves. At least dead ones.
No, that's fine. She could even ride in the back of our wagon. I doubt that they'll check, and even if they do, we probably could just put up an illusion in front of her.
I think they tried before. They had everyone hold on to a holy symbol, right?
Yeah, they tried with Little Monster.
Yeah.
I can. I'm quite capable of casting a spell that would allow me in. I just need somebody to open the door, open the gates long enough for me to slip past.
That could work. You could just ride in our wagon with us, honestly. There's enough room. Plus, if you didn't want to use up your spells, I could just put you in a wig. Or a mustache. Your choice.
I can talk to the guards. I'll keep the door open for a minute.
As much as the wig and the mustache are appealing, I'm kind of known, and the leg would give it away.
You can borrow my
Okay.
rock and hide behind it. Nobody will see you.
Good
Okay.
I don't even know if she's serious now.
They
I
just
think she
don't
is.
worry about it. Her whole family is like that.
I hold out the rock.
Honestly, we don't even know her.
Okay.
Excuse you.
If I were to,
She just kind of showed up yesterday.
Oh, so like
if I were
She's
to make some
newer than you.
upgrades for
Yeah. Isn't that surprising?
during the journey, if you would like to start thinking about when I make some upgrades for your leg, what kind of things you'd like to be added, I can start making plans on the way. I'll just put my other plans on hold.
Okay,
Could
so
even get Kilidriela on the
you
wheel.
who?
Hmm?
You said Kaylin? Kaylin?
Kilindra.
Who is that?
She is an enchantress, so she helped us out with putting a permanency on one of the spells for the amulet before. So she could just take one of
Lucky.
the runes I'm putting on your leg and make it permanent.
Okay. Okay. No, this is good. This is good.
Can,
Okay.
can I ask a question?
Plus,
What?
if we get Glindriel to maybe I heard this from a friend that if we get the Calendrial to maybe write Yasmith a letter asking for some assistance for a party, that maybe they might start talking.
I don't know what that means. So
Apparently
here's what
neither
I'm
does
thinking.
anybody else, he's fine.
So she
What?
doesn't know how she got here, and she just got here 2 days ago. You just woke up two
Yes.
weeks ago, so you weren't with them. You came on your own. Where's the rest of your group?
Rest of whose group?
So usually,
Mm.
you said your name is what, sir?
Obadiah.
Obadiah.
Move.
Usually,
Oh.
yes, I know, Muth. And she like
Yeah.
pets your pets your head for a second as she like says, "Yes, Muth. Yes, thank you."
Usually they come in specific groups. Yes, I've heard from people.
Yes.
He came of his own volition. He came later on. She has been replaced with her twin during a we'll call it a mix-up of the gods of chaos and a dimensional hopping through doors.
Yeah, that was weird.
He has been here since the beginning. Point of Fosser, and there's another one that is watching the wagon right now because he is on timeout for doing stupid things. Obviously, you know what the
That's
stupid
the
things are.
motherfucker that blew up my wagon.
Yes. Although if we're going to have a deal, I do need your word you won't kill him because I kind of need him. It's not like I have a bunch of extras around.
Let's go kick his ass, though.
You can kick his ass. I'm just saying I do need him alive. There's bigger
I want at
problems.
least one
I'm
good
sure you
kick.
know about the bigger problems. And he's a pain, but we still need them around.
Miss Esmeralda, I do have a question though. You said that you were well known for your leg. Like if people saw you,
I'm known, and they would know my leg. Yes.
why?
Why? Why did I lose my leg?
What are you known for? I think is what she's trying to get at.
Exactly. Yes, that.
I already said I'm a monster hunter.
Then why would they not like you?
Yeah, it isn't
'Cause I'm Vistani.
fighting and killing him.
Uh-huh. Okay.
So,
You. So you are a Vistani monster hunter.
Yes.
They like the monster hunter, but not the Vistani, so they don't like you. That seems racist.
They are.
Obviously.
Yes.
You
but
say, hey,
but if
racist.
you do, for whatever reason, would like to share what happened to your leg, I would listen.
Sure, you don't need to go hide behind a rock first.
Oh no, the rock is in your pocket now if you ever need it.
There's also a rock back here.
Hi.
There's a lot of rocks. Rocks are good.
I walked into that one. I deserve that.
It's
I deserve
fine.
that. Foster,
If you have
do you not speak a lot so that we don't know you're an idiot, or do you just know better than to speak?
I feel like it's very rude to call somebody an idiot. I have not done anything to warrant that.
You know what? You're right. I apologize for that, Foster.
Thank you, sir.
I'm kind of in a
Ma'am.
bad mood because my wagon got blown up by
I
several
fully
idiots
understand, and
and
I'm
their friends.
truly, it was only one who really was the mistake maker. I
Okay.
will consider two.
Okay.
you jumped out the window. 4 stories in the air.
I'm alive, aren't I?
Oh,
I'm
How
just
is that-
I have
saying,
an idea.
of everyone in the
50
party
minute
who's
ride?
going to be arguing on making smart decisions,
I have an idea. I have an idea.
Look,
How's that
if
15-minute ride?
I'm going to have to side with him on this one, Lorelai. If I was a rock genasi, I would jump out a window just to see what happened.
Yep.
each their own.
You guys threw me,
sounds like
so.
a rush.
Kazan, do you know this lady?
He shakes his head yes. That was a cool trick.
See, we're not all idiots here.
I've never spoken to him. That means he retains memories.
You retain memories, right?
He shakes his head yes. What is wrong, Lorelai? You look annoyed.
I don't deal well with extra contingencies.
Which part is an extra contingency? Me or the Tin Man having a memory? Whoa.
Whoa.
There goes Foster.
Yep.
Well, I know I said I had to go, but
The team man having a memory, I don't
You gotta go
particularly.
too? Bedtime?
I don't know.
regional.
Oh.
I left a message earlier, but we're playing.
I see it.
So
now.
you're not checking your messages?
No, I don't.
I got the call.
I didn't.
Okay.
You got
I
the
got the call that they were pushing up.
Oh my
the
gosh,
walk
really?
Tomorrow, so.
When do you start?
Oh, he'll be there at 6:30 to start walking with me. Which means I'm gonna get there at like 5.
Okay. Sorry. That's awful.
Eh,
Yeah.
that's fine. All right.
Okay.
Somebody play me. Should be good. If we aren't, City I think still has my spells.
Yeah, okay. We're probably just gonna be role playing for a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see combat coming.
Nah.
Ooh,
Unless we just act even more stupid.
Play me
Then,
getting,
right.
play me
I
being nice
mean,
and worn out. Then I'm ready to pass
I can
out.
make that happen.
Hey, and just in time for Foster
hey,
to
he's
get
back.
Hey
Aha.
yo.
Hey, he's
I
back.
Any
stalled
roll
just right.
initiative?
Okay.
Are we fighting her?
I'm joking.
Not
I'm
yet.
joking. We're not actually fighting.
okay.
Hey,
I was ready to go.
Yes.
Have a good one.
Welcome,
Yes,
comic
rest.
book queen.
Yo. I'm at the tail end.
So
Shoot, I lost what I was gonna say.
Something about
yeah,
contingencies.
she said what contingency?
Oh.
Me or the Tin Man having a memory?
Technically neither, although if we were to continue to say his code word out loud, pretty much anyone would be able to take advantage of that, and I'm unsure whether or not he has loyalties.
I'd almost guarantee you there are no loyalties.
Yeah. Then that makes him in contingency to be with us. Um,
Kazan, do you like hanging out with us?
He shakes his head yes.
Yes.
Oh, you guys got
Zon.
armor.
Hazan, would you betray us?
He shakes his
I
head
don't think-
yes.
Okay, so
Dave?
he's a mercenary.
Kazan, will you carry me?
Oh my god.
He holds out
I-
his arms.
I'm gonna climb up him and jump in.
Uppies.
You can't climb inside
Pia?
of him. He'll hold you in his
Yeah.
arms, but
I'd like to make the argument to the group that it's safer for us if our enemies don't have access to a weapon that would turn against us.
Hazan.
Kazan, can you open up?
he shakes his head no.
No, we've already asked that.
Ooh.
What?
I got an idea.
It's either a
Okay.
good thing or a bad thing. Let's see what happens.
Okay.
Whatever.
So
So,
what but part
Does
of
he
the
have an
problem
opening?
is,
Like, can I see inside of him?
like
I've already
as he
done
turns
that.
you
It's
can a
like
little,
void.
yeah.
It's void.
But yeah, it's just void on the inside.
I also tried to push him over.
I've noticed
like
that
I wanted
Alphonse.
to
you
cast
all have to
Misty.
say
I
his
wanted to
name.
cast Misty Step inside.
What the heck? What?
Um,
What?
That's how rug people do it.
I'm gonna count that facepalm.
I also noticed that if one person just says his name, they can give multiple commands. If you just have one person in charge of him, you won't have to say his name all the time. The fact that
Yeah.
all of you feel like you need to have control of him is what's giving his code name away.
Welcome to the party.
Yeah, we got it. Look, now you're a part of the team.
Good, I can say his name and try to control him too.
No.
That
What
was
about
my
the-
point.
What about the idiot that blew up my wagon? Does he know the code word yet?
No, he's an idiot. We already been over this.
Also, how do we
How's he
know that
look?
she isn't gonna betray us? Just because her
I
wagon
don't
got
know if
blew
you're
up
gonna
doesn't make
betray
her
Not good
our
enough for
ally.
that kind of revenge. I've saved for the kind that uses these. You can make that judgment call and give me a wink when you see him. Who do I trust out of all of you
I
with?
mean, honestly though, I mean, like, you have a rock. Yeah, you have the old man, and then you have the baby old man. This other fourth idiot has to be good looking.
Mm, I mean, it depends on your type.
Yeah, you need to be a specific type, but I'm sure. Actually,
He might be
while we're
about
on the
to say.
subject, Foser,
Yeah.
you mentioned wanting a dog.
Yeah.
If we get into a fight, Booth already has a dog. He already has something to keep track of. And Obi
Yeah.
half the time is asleep. I have enough to keep track of. I don't want to keep track of anything else. If he comes with us at all, one of you, be the pick right now, is in charge of him. And you have to be responsible and feed him, water him every day, or we're putting him back in the tower.
He doesn't actually need food and water.
I
The
know.
armor.
I'm making sure that you know that. And okay.
I'm using Foster. He uses very specific language. I'm trying to use his vernacular so he understands where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
Sometimes, yes, it does take that.
Are you saying that we can keep the armor?
Apparently, it takes more than that. If one of you if one of you is ready to be responsible and use all and take care of all of the commands for the armor, you will be the person in charge of it during fights, outside the fights, making sure it's okay, making sure it doesn't get rusty, making sure it's happy, having a good time. If you are not ready for that kind of responsibility, we're putting it back in the tower.
Kazan, will you walk on all fours?
He shakes his head
If
no.
you degrade him, you are off the table for robot
I'm not
business.
degrading him. I just need to remember, and to remember him, he needs to act like a dog. I'm not trying to degrade him. I'm just asking.
Azan, can you bark?
If he's going to be a member of this
Kazan
party,
can't
you
make
treat him with
noise.
respect like
Kazan,
one.
speak.
Uh,
Obi's not here for me to ask him if he wants to.
does that's another facepalm.
I'm pretty
Yeah, from
sure.
both of us.
That's a Corbin facepalm too.
I think
That's
Obi
not
was
worth
going to take
anything.
him, but I'm not positive.
Okay. Can
Yeah,
we
I'm
just
true.
say someone takes responsibilities
I'll do it.
and we'll talk
I'll
it
do
over
it.
later since two people are
I'll do
gone?
it. I'll do it.
That's fine.
You have to agree to the terms, Foser.
Shall we read a contract of terms and conditions?
Okay, you are in charge of taking care of him. You treat him like a person. If you are
Can he
unable to
carry
do
me?
that,
Can he carry me?
if he would like,
Kazan, do you like carrying me?
He shrugs.
that was an uncomfortable question.
He shrugged. Shrug. Do you mind carrying me? Is it an inconvenience to you, Kazan? Is it an inconvenience to you to carry me?
He shakes his head no.
Kazan, pick me up, please.
He picks you up.
Kazan,
Okay.
continue.
I would recommend, Foser,
Does he have a
that
name?
you go.
Kazan, do you have a different name?
Shakes his head no.
Do you want?
I would recommend that you come up with a different name, and Kazan is the code word, but you talk to him with the code name, so that way you're not telling everybody who we're in the middle of fighting what his code word is to turn him against us, please. And
do you
also,
want me to-
probably while you're on the subject, tell him to only listen to you.
Okay.
And we'll. All right, people, to the wagon. Let's go.
It got blown up.
Our wagon. I know.
Oh, okay.
You're not gonna blow up our wagon, are you?
She'd be justified. Just be a waste of 3 days worth of work and a whole bunch of very valuable wood.
How much alchemy fire do you have?
We didn't rig ours
Just
to
the one.
explode like you did yours.
One's not enough to blow it up.
No,
It'll
unfortunately.
take me a little while before I have enough to blow it up. So I'm not blowing it up
Wait.
today.
Wait, so you're a monster hunter and you can't cast spells? That's pretty cool.
My deal offer was under the assumption that in place of your wagon, I could do you a favor. If you're blowing up our wagon, kind of nullifies the point of the favor, does it not?
I said I'm not blowing it up today.
That's not very good motivation for a favor.
So does that mean if you blow it up tomorrow, we get to cut your
I
leg,
won't have
bionic or
enough
not,
money
off
saved
tomorrow?
up to buy enough alchemy fire to blow it up tomorrow either. So that's off the table too.
How
Well,
much
next
alchemy fire
week.
can you buy with 5 gold?
A couple
Don't
drops.
offer her that. Don't
Last
I'm
offer
time
trying
her.
I
to
bought
help.
alchemy
I'm trying to
fire,
help her.
it was 50 gold a vial.
Sorry, you look. You can build stuff. I can't. So I'm just trying to help stimulate our friendship at working together.
You're really cute, Moose. You know that? You stink. You smell horrible. You really need a bath. But you're
Like
really
that.
cute.
Well,
Lorelai,
I
I am not
I don't.
blowing up your wagon today, tomorrow, probably not the day after that. Is that a good enough deal?
Mm,
We'll discuss
I
the
say give
fourth
us
day tomorrow.
Sure. I say give us a month. Past that, we should have everything done that we need to.
A month? I'll have enough gold saved up to buy enough to blow up your wagon in a month. I
Okay,
can't
then
And
we
commit
don't
can
to
part.
I can't
enchanted
We can
commit to a
part ways
week from
now if
now.
you want.
The
You
longest
can't commit to
relationship
a
I've
week.
ever been in didn't even last a week. And you want me to
Oh,
commit
I'm
to you for a month?
I'm very well aware
Tobias?
of that.
Oh,
It took
that's right.
you
You've
a
talked to
week for
Tobias.
Tobias.
I have. I have. He's a powder keg too.
That's why we can't
As
stay
well.
together.
Not for very long. You
No.
tend to blow up everything around you.
We were together when
At
I
least
lost my
Sundays.
leg. What's that tell you?
Everything I need to know.
Your name should be Eileen.
I wait.
I've heard that
It-
joke.
My point is it will take me a few days to be able to get all the things on your leg done, specifically at least the enchantment from Cleandril. She takes a little bit. A week at least is reasonable. 2 weeks if you're being particularly generous, because quite frankly, this cost me a lot of money to be able to do.
Oh, you want to talk about things that cost lots of money?
Yeah.
Okay, look, Esmeralda, we have been over this a few times. If you're gonna call us idiots, I think you should look at the definition of insanity.
Moose?
That isn't relevant.
Yeah.
Okay, Miss Esmeralda. We
I'm gonna
have
cast guidance
been
on myself again,
more
just in
than
case.
nice to you. We have offered up contingencies, so on and so forth. You can take it or leave it. You can get something out of this mishap, or we
Henrietta
can
was in
part
the
ways.
wagon.
Who?
What?
My chicken.
You have a chicken?
I had a chicken.
Can you
Is
buy
it
a
a
chicken with 5
special
gold?
chicken?
Now you have dinner.
How can we ensure that the chicken was in the wagon at the moment that it blew up?
It was locked.
It was locked.
Yeah.
How do you
Listen,
know
lady. Listen. We have nothing to do with this.
I
We
know.
are
I
just
know.
trying to
I
help you.
know. It's the idiot that may or may not be good looking.
That has
Yes.
no purpose in how much he has screwed you. But
No,
we
it
out
could
of
change some minds and hearts depending.
I
Don't
had
write it off
my
completely.
grandmother's Taraka deck was in that wagon. My
How much?
grandmother's Taraka deck. My grandmother.
we hear you and we feel for you.
So, as said before, you can either
That's
cut
fine.
your losses and we can part ways, or you can travel with us and we can all be happy and get along and you can get a new leg. The decision
trying to
is
help.
completely up
Look,
to you.
I'm
We're trying to be
starting
homies.
to understand that you might not like me, but let me show you a
Oh,
token
yeah.
of good faith. I dig in my messenger bag and I pull out a deck of playing cards and I say, I don't know how to use these,
Oh, no.
but if it's anything like a Taraka deck, maybe you can use it. Facepalm.
Nope, that's in character.
No, that's still facepalm.
It still counts.
Okay, I'll add 2.
So what do you say? New leg, or you figure out you lost this by yourself? And perhaps we can throw in a chicken. Who knows?
Do you know how
I'm
much
not
money
there.
that leg is going to cost me to make? She
How
can buy
much?
her own chicken.
Okay, you were talking to her
Okay,
about the money. Okay.
maybe no chicken. Sorry. False promises, false hopes.
Whoa! Don't you think it's
Okay, so I need some assurances.
Okay. Let's hear 'em.
Okay. 1. It doesn't matter what I've done before today because you fucking blew up my wagon. Not you. The guy who may or may not be good looking, who's an idiot, blew up my wagon. So anything that I've done before today also doesn't matter.
Ditto. The only thing that matters is that your wagon is gone and we are trying to make amends.
Past is past, bygones are bygones. We start
Okay.
new.
I can agree with that.
Past transgression.
You only-
What, Lorelai? Past transgressions do not matter.
I'm not saying transgressions matter. Who you work for does.
Who
Do you work
for
on your
doesn't.
own? Did you work with for someone else before? You know who our enemy is. I need to be
Oh,
sure
right.
that I'm not giving you a clean
Okay.
slate for no reason.
So, let me tell you a short little story, okay?
Oh, story time.
So,
I'm gonna take a seat.
I am on my way to the castle, right?
Oh, okay.
You alone.
Yes, me alone. Okay?
Okay.
And I have gotten to the point where I know that I am getting ready to go through a lower entrance through a window into Castle Ravenloft. I have memorized. There was a map inside my wagon that's no longer here. I've memorized Castle Ravenloft, and I know that when I get through this window, I'm going to go down the hallway 20 steps, turn left at the hallway, and the first door on my left leads into the room where his casket is.
I
And
write
I'm
this down.
going to stake the son of a bitch while he's in there sleeping.
I'd love to help.
And as I am getting ready to cross over the creek to where I'm going to be going upstream to get to the castle, I hear a very loud explosion. And there's only one thing in all of Barovia that it could be.
It could be a spell.
What was it?
Spells can make loud noises too.
No spoilers.
I know.
Did you drop your mission in favor of this?
If you did,
I
that makes you
know
very unwise.
that explosion, that everybody in Barovia heard that explosion.
Quite possibly.
I take off running. I see a couple Vistani from the Kavash tribe who may or may not have been deciding if they should come check out this explosion or not. As they were both standing there in the woods, relieving themselves. So I stole one of their horses. And rode as hard as I could to get here before anyone else.
So, what you're saying is they're probably on the rest of the horses coming here.
We should probably get the wagon and go.
That's okay. They don't like us for very good reasons, too. Yeah, we should go.
I feel like I made a good impression.
On the Vash?
The Vistani.
The Vistani in general? Sure. In Madame Eva's camp, there's 3.
Yeah.
I think you do as well.
As a Vistani, do you have the ability to mistwalk?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. I may have a job for you whenever we're finished with our business here and I can actually finish making these plans. I'll take out a sketchbook and hand it to her with one of the pages specifically like earmarked. And it'll be a picture of a room with a bunch of ratios and gears lining the walls and a coffin in the center.
Mm-hmm.
That is for after we stake the Senevibish. It is a clockwork room-sized clockwork mechanism of sorts where the hammer of what would ordinarily be a clock is instead a stake. It has to be room-sized so that way the gears turn in such a way to where it only does it once every 2 weeks. And I'm trying to design it to where it can run in a similar fashion on water hydraulic. If it's specifically from a river, because the water rate would be constant, specifically in Barovia, because don't particularly have seasons here, or based on weights, which would have to be manually reset. It's complicated because it has to be so general. I don't know the size of the room, but
Okay.
I have a friend of ours who could use these plans whenever I'm done with him.
Lola, I have a question.
Yes, Smooth.
Why are we going to repetitively stab the vampire instead of killing him?
See, this morning I went over the fact that he has to be re-stabbed every 21 days or so. When he has an ability to be able to reconstitute himself. It just takes a very long time after he is killed. There's a friend of mine in another dimension. Her name was Helena. She mentioned that some people in Barovia might not be so keen on having to leave for their own safety, especially when he would have the ability to bring souls back if he so wished. So I need a more permanent solution.
Okay, but we can't just kill him?
No, we would have to do that first. You think he's just gonna sit in the coffin and wait until I build this thing?
Well,
This is gonna take weeks. Minimally. Do you know how big those gears are?
Okay. I guess what I'm not following is
Those are human-sized gears. They have to be carved out of wood.
Lady Lorelei.
Yeah.
Why don't we just kill the fucking thing?
You have to do that first. He's not going to sit still for me to build the mechanism that keeps him dead.
I'm not talking about him coming back to life. I'm saying let's just kill him. Done.
Why do we?
We're talking in circles. That's the first step.
No, hold on.
He
saying...
regenerates. After we kill him, it takes 21 days for him to replenish his health. He comes back to life. So the first time that we kill him would be for absolutely nothing unless this mechanism is built.
Okay,
yeah, that's what I said.
but
generating.
If he keeps
Yes.
regenerating, then why the hell did Madame Eva send us on this wild goose chase to get a bunch of sort of trinkets to fight him if it's not going to be worth anything in 21 days?
Because you have to kill him in the first place to be able to do anything about that. Elena is the person I talked to. She was best friends with Madame Eva way back when. And basically, there is 21 days after the first time that he is stabbed to where he will need to be re-stabbed again. Do you know anything about the dimensional happening that happened recently, Esmeralda?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. There's a version of you out there. Considers herself the queen. Post-star of our present lord.
No, no. I do not have any desire to be a queen. But you know what I do know
She seemed quite
that I
keen.
find interesting?
Hmm?
You said 21.
Yes.
One of the things that I thought for sure he was crazy, that Vanrichten had in his writings, in his journal, it was in my wagon, and I'll try not to bring that up ever again.
You're free to. You're still in shock.
He kept talking about how there was one more than one Strahd. How there were
Correct.
21 Strahds that must be killed before you can kill the one.
That sounds like a lot of death. Re-death. Continual death? No.
Sounds impossible.
Was Richten aware if the one was similarly the same person or a completely separate entity entirely?
That's what it talked about. That there were 21 different Strahds. You said this.
So far, I know about 3. 4, actually.
Shit.
Can I have the notebook back, please? I haven't finished with it.
Oh.
Can I have the notebook back, please? I haven't finished the
She hands it back
diagram.
to you.
Thank you.
There's only one person who's crazy enough to know.
I'm assuming you're a mentor of sorts.
Baba Yaga.
Ugh, her? Of course. Well, we have to visit her down the road anyway. At least now we have some extra questions for her.
If anyone would know about dimension and Madame Eva might. She's more into the fates, more into the strings.
I might have some questions for her.
For Baba Yaga.
But Eva?
Or Madame Eva.
The fate. I've I've asked around. That's what the Raven Queen is all about, right? Maybe Baba Yaga
Well, obviously,
knows
if we
some
could get a
stuff
hold
about.
of one of the gods, because there are not multiple. Yes, there's multiple gods, but there's only one god of each kind. There aren't 21 Morning Lords. There's one Morning Lord over the 21.
It would get exceedingly complicated once if they ever got together and had to talk about who was in charge of what. It's probably for the best
Yes.
that way.
But yeah, I could ask Baba Yaga some questions about fate and maybe learn some more information. That'd be nice.
Get your questions ready. You just have to. I'm not entirely sure whether or not she will want to answer our questions.
Well, if you just let me handle the talking, it seems
That's
like I can
worked out
talk to
so
town
well.
people.
You're right. Go
Did
walk
Esmeralda
ahead.
try to kill us? No,
Wanted.
not yet.
She didn't try to kill us because she
So
wanted
I'm doing a good
answers.
job. I'm doing a good job, Lorelai. You can say that.
If
Yeah, you're
I
doing
should
fine.
not be there, Baba Yaga knows who I am.
Mm.
She knows what I do.
Mm-hmm.
We've never met, but if she saw me, she would assume immediately that I'm there to kill her or that we're there to kill her.
What if we disguise you?
That old lady is a hag beyond all recognition. If anyone has devil's sight, it would be her. She could see through your fucking beard. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That is,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I take it back. There's no need for me to be
I,
hostile towards you. You're just dumb and
I,
hide behind a rock.
the rock is now in your pocket. It
I
is fully
know. I
upon your
just
use if
felt it
you want it.
again. Why did you give me? I don't want the rock. You can have the rock.
You should. No. Miss, you don't understand. The rock is very useful. You want the rock. Um, listen,
Anyway,
your
Baba
apology
Yaga.
is accepted.
Okay, good.
Yes, continue forward.
Cammy,
Baba
what do you say?
Yaga.
As a hag, Baba Yaga is odd, to say the least. The woman loves to make deals. She won't come off information for free. She'll want something in exchange for the information.
What does
I'm
she
assuming
normally like?
I've got 5 gold trying to give away.
we know 5.
You are so adorable.
Does she
Hey.
like? Is there a certain material or
Okay, let's see. Here are
item?
different things that I've
Thing?
heard Baba Yaga trade for. She
Okay.
once took somebody's hearing.
Well, I wouldn't want to give that up.
I've heard that she's taken years off of somebody's life in exchange for gifts.
I could perhaps trade a few of those.
You're a dwarf. You have so many to spare.
I will not trade any of my lives now. No, I'm joking.
I've heard that she'll give you almost anything for a child. We'll put it that way, and I don't mean you impregnate her. My God, please don't impregnate her.
Is she not too old for that?
I
You know
don't.
what? I don't want to know the
I
answer.
don't know.
No,
You know, our other friend, he might be able to do that.
Um, the one I went to kill. Yeah.
Yes,
So,
that one.
smash or pass, we'll figure it out. Anyway,
Pass.
Hey, if it gives us a discount, that's fine.
she she loves the taste of children, like a typical hag. She loves the screams of children. Um,
Okay, a child is completely off the table.
Look, I'm just telling you things she likes. Um,
Ah,
she
There was someone who mentioned taking her to go see her son. I don't particularly think that's a great idea because you don't want two allies next to each other when you're their enemy. But
No,
it
no,
was
you
an
don't.
interesting proposal.
You definitely don't want two allies together, especially two powerful ones like that.
Mm.
Um, yeah, just I mean, she will take. It may end up being something very, very important to you. It may be something that you don't even find important that she just loves.
Okay.
All right,
Um,
interesting.
So it's not a materialistic thing. Noted.
not always. I mean,
Mm.
I can't even imagine what she would take from any of you.
Well,
I don't even know
that's
what I have to give.
You can't offer her. Well, I'm not say that out loud. Uh,
You can say it, Lorelai.
no, it's fine.
You've been a joke to me this whole day. You can say it.
That is
Hey,
true.
Muth,
You haven't said any jokes today.
Yes.
what if she wanted your memories?
I don't have them.
That was the joke. Yeah.
No, Muth, I'm sure you do somewhere deep down inside of there. And what if she wanted those and you would never be able to have them?
If that's what she wants.
Well,
I mean,
He
they're
won't get
already
to a point where he
lost.
needs to do that.
I'm just saying,
uh,
that's an example of
I
something that she would want. Something crazy like that.
that would really, honestly, that would really suck. Uh, but this is the only life that I've known, so it can't be that terrible of a thing sold if it gets
There are
this.
enough of us in the party where he won't get to the point where he'll need to do that.
Do you know what she would take from you?
From
No
me
idea.
or from Lorelai?
I mean, both if you're willing to give an answer.
All my value is in my hands and my brain, and I'm not particularly offering up my fingers. So
So brain it is.
that would just be my death. What there, I guarantee you, there's very little information that would be worth that, even dimensional ones.
Esmeralda?
What?
I wouldn't be shocked if she wanted my leg. I don't know which one
Probably.
either. I don't know.
Probably the one she can eat.
Most likely.
Oh
Most
no.
likely. Yeah.
Is there something special about your leg? We keep coming back to your leg. I apologize.
It's better
My
than going
metal
back to the
one?
wagon.
The one I no longer have? Or the one that I do have?
I mean, both.
The only thing special about the one I do have is that I have it.
And what about the one you lost?
I don't have it.
Yeah, it seems faulty.
It's now a metal leg. It is a forged leg. It was made.
Then why would she want it?
All memories are
Novelty,
made.
I have
All
no
feelings
idea.
are forged.
perhaps.
I don't know. I don't think we should think too much into it
She
until we
took a
actually
woman's
get
eyes
there
once.
and see what she wants.
She
What was that?
traded eyes. She gave her
Oh,
eyes to somebody because she
okay.
wanted her. She loved the color of the woman's eyes and took them.
What color were her eyes?
Baba Yaga's or the woman she took?
The woman she took?
The most beautiful green you've ever seen?
Moose silently wonders what his eye color is.
Green eyes are overrated. But if she gave up her eyes, would the abilities that her original eyes give her, would they not be given away. So the true sides and the things that you were talking about earlier, if she gave her eyes to another person, I mean, she may obtain the gorgeous skin color of them, but would the abilities be lost?
I don't think she lost her abilities. I think she just got beautiful green eyes.
Mm. Okay, so there's contingencies within the
What'd you
deals
find?
that she makes. Okay.
What were you just eating? What were you chewing on? What is in your mouth? Spit it out.
No.
That's tinfoil. That tinsel. Why did you have tinsel in your mouth? Why are you looking at me like that?
Because you took away my tinfoil.
It was tinsel. Tank was
Tinsel.
Well,
chewing on tinsel. On tinsel. He was
where do
chewing
you
on
even get
tinsel.
it?
No, I'm not giving you it back. No. I just saved your life. You owe me.
He was gonna give you sparkly poop.
You know, probably. Or a vet visit.
Or a vet
By the
visit.
time it was like the fifth handful he ate.
Yeah, just have to pull it.
Before we
Point
end session,
is-
can I pull Moose aside?
Yeah, right before that, she goes, just realize when you go to see Baba Yaga, be prepared. I wouldn't doubt if
And
she
what-
wants your soul.
Not much left of that.
You're not the only one.
Yeah,
Muth
there's a
visibly
shortage
wonders
around
if he
here.
has a soul.
You what?
Muth visibly wonders if he has a soul.
Lorelai, you wanted to speak to Muth
Walking
alone before the game's over?
Yep. I'm sorry if I have been a jerk to you. It's just everything I particularly care about is being very slowly stripped away, and Beowulf is just one more thing. There is very little left, and it's not a good time. I know you don't particularly remember your daughters, but perhaps you can at least cognitively relate.
Lorelai, yeah, I don't know what my daughters look like outside of this picture that I have. I don't know what their favorite color is. I don't even know if they're still alive, to be honest with you.
Don't know about mine being alive either. Join the club.
So, just know that I'm fighting with you, not against you.
I know.
But also, I'm trying. I'm new at this political conversation, social whatever. And even though it makes me look like an idiot, if I keep saying what I'm seeing, and you act as the counterweight, we seem to do pretty good. So
I suppose.
just
I'm not
I'm just
saying that's a
gonna-
bad idea. With anyone else you were talking to, it would have worked. She's just different in motivational wise.
yeah, I just want to be clear that I don't think I'm that big of an idiot.
If you compare anybody to Draven at this point, I don't think anyone is.
I just
And no, you're not. I'm just really, really tired of having to constantly clean up other people's messes. And there is no bricks.
No. But there's a big mess, and that's Barovia. And there's one guy making the mess. And so the sooner we can get to removing him, then the sooner we can go our separate ways. And hopefully that's with Beowulf. But even if it's not, then we can go looking for him. But we can't go until he's gone.
Yeah,
So
I know.
whatever we gotta do to keep moving forward, whether that's going to this fire festival, or that's delivering wine, or that's going to Baba Yaga, or that's stabbing vampire every 21 days, then let's get it going so that we can go and find our family.
Yeah.
Everyone find their family.
I just really want to meet my grandchild before I die.
I want
And
to
that's
meet
a
my
grim
kids
thought,
again.
but it keeps popping up.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I don't know if I have grandchildren.
That would be an interesting discovery, wouldn't it?
It
You
would.
meet your daughters and they just hand you 5.
Yeah. I don't know why I left my family. Or if I just died and they didn't care to bury me. I don't really know. But obviously, your family actually cares about you. And you obviously care about the family that you've made.
Yeah.
So I'm fighting with you, not against you. Because the sooner you can find your family, the sooner I can get back to trying to find mine.
Yeah, I know. Just try not to be entirely insufferable. And I'll stick out my hand for a handshake.
I'll stick out my cold hand as well. Okay. So Esmeralda, care to join us at the wagon?
Yeah, let's go. And with that, we will end tonight's episode of Tuesday night's Fates Rejects. So check it out, y'all. This group only meets every other Tuesday. So make sure you show them some love and show back up in 2 weeks to see them again. Usually there's 2 other people here. One had to leave because he has to be at work really, really early. The other one had to leave because he works a whole lot and he was really, really busy too. So show him love. Show us love at Floki's Tavern. Floki's one of the players that couldn't be here. Don't forget to go check out Dice Goblin. That's who the comic book queen. That's Dice Goblin. That's who I talked about at the beginning. That sent me the shirt that says the Pharaoh. Say
Yeah.
Pharaoh. The 2 new dice sets that I just got. Check out Dice Goblin. She's all over TikTok and everything. And don't forget Geek Haven. That's who sent me the other shirt today. Tune in tomorrow night for Wednesday night's edition. Wednesday night is in a war zone. The wagon, I just want you guys to know, I took a cue from you. Wednesday night, the March Madness people blew up Esmerelda's wagon in Valaki. It was fantastic.
Okay.
So, what do you say as we shut down Twitch? What do you say we go raid somebody? Okay. Last night it worked out really cool. It was a lot of fun. So,
It
what we'll
was.
do is we're going to say goodnight, we're going to say goodbye, and then we're going to go raid somebody. So Tuesday night, Fate's Rejects. Why don't you tell these people good night? Tell them we love them. We'll see them in 2 weeks.
This has
Hey,
been
Night,
Fate's
friends.
Rejects. We are out.
Been good.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.